it would probably help if my mic was on. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everybody is doing well today. Let me know how that music is. If it's too loud, I can turn it down. That's like some funk rock there. Let's maybe skip over that. There's a lot of Abby noise in here, which I love Abby noise, but typically I wait until like after the first in the morning before getting into like all the crazy music. But Abby noise is a lot of what I use on like some of my time lapses and stuff. Most of my time lapses and stuff. Let's take a look at chat. We got GG in chat. It's Tuesday. Hope that I'm feeling better. I am feeling a little bit better. I'm slowly coming out of this flare. Thank God. But today was probably not the best day because I started it waking up and going to get blood drawn done and having needles poked in me and no coffee, and it was just a bad way to start the morning. But that is all over. I'm back at the house. Fixed myself a nice large cup of coffee. But I think I'm only on cup 1. I need another cup. That's going to have to be like a stream interruption, maybe. I might actually do that here in a minute before we get too far into here. We got Jason in chat. Welcome in, Jason. Good to see you, buddy. I hope that you're doing well, my friend. And we're going to jump into it. So we're going to be doing some grindy bits on the Project Bedrock server today, and then I'm going to do a little bit of time-lapse recording. Hopefully I should be good. I got like 80 gigs left on my drive that I use to record my time lapse, but it's not going to be a big time lapse, just kind of some b-roll to add to what I already have for this upcoming episode. And then I got to rush to get this episode out because I really want to do a Halloween episode, or at least like an episode with Halloween stuff in it. So that is the current plan. Let's go ahead and jump on to the server. Hopefully my batteries are good to go on my controller. It's been so weird switching between Java and Bedrock Edition, because I'll go to get on Java and I'll pick up my controller and be like, oh yeah, I don't have that set up to work. And then vice versa. Like there's a lot of different things that are like just little things that kind of bother you whenever you try to do them. Like for instance, I kept trying to place a chest side by side, and whenever you're crouching you can't do it because, well, you can, they just won't connect. You have to crouch and then click into the chest in order to connect it, whereas like if you were to just click it here, then it won't connect the two, which is it's a good feature. I wish Bedrock had it, but a lot of people don't know, like if you wanted to make a row of chests, I actually have a shorts video on this. Let me keep that out. But like on Bedrock Edition, if you wanted to accomplish the same thing, you could do it with a piston. You just put this down here. No. Put this down here, and then bloop. And now you have a whole bunch of individual chests, which is really cool. And surprising how many people don't know that you can do this. And doesn't glitch, doesn't do anything funky. And I just broke my original chest. This is starting off great. Oh well, you know what? I'm going to use this as an opportunity to clean up my junk. And I hate this floor. I hate this floor design. And I keep finding myself playing with the keyboard instead of the controller, which is kind of annoying me. Ended up starting to use controllers whenever I was on console, and not just grown accustomed to them, but they're a lot easier for my hands with like the muscle weakness that I deal with. Cleaning my junk on stream. Well, I mean, not that junk. It's this junk. It's the junk that I'm allowed to show on here without being demonetized. So yeah, I'm just gonna move my junk from one trunk to another. I will, however, take some initiative and carry the concrete out to put inside of my concrete box. Oh, we got actually more concrete. That's some block of coal. I think that was all of it. Let's throw that in there. I don't need the wool. Hey, nobody said Google. My phone's like, did you say something? No, not to you. Okay, we got some concrete. I think what is happening with me constantly breaking the floor is that it I'm so used to it having like the block breaking speed of what it used to be, so I hold down my trigger longer. Let me give you guys some game sounds too. I hold down my trigger longer, and since the blocks, a lot of them are breaking sooner now, I end up breaking whatever's behind it. It's horrible. It really is. Welcome in, Sunflower. Good to see you. Do we have gold? We got some more items pruning over here. Of course, we got all of the stone transfer from the silo to the sorter. Yeah, and we're out of stone on this side. That might just be done. It might be done transferring. It might just be because I have this lever manually locked over here, which is this one. So then none of those can go up. And that one's up. Is that backward? This is empty right now. Yeah, I'm gonna say that one's backward. This is empty right now. It's not requesting any materials, which means that piston should be down, which means there should not be a inversion circuit there. Let me find a crafting table. No, it doesn't change the build. Mostly in part because by the time the crafter gets released, unfortunately the season's going to be over. But it's important to understand what's actually going on here. None of this is crafting an item. This is not an auto crafter by any means. This is just a system that delivers all of the necessary ingredients to the crafter, which in this case, because it is free and I quote crafter, I am the crafter because I'm the player and I am the only means that can craft it, which is why this factory cannot be fully automatic. Now, once the crafter gets introduced, then I can make this to where it's hooked up to like a storage silo that says, okay, there's pistons, and it will store the pistons. And then once the pistons get low, then I can request items from all of these, which would be the necessary materials required to make all of these components, and then send them into a crafter in order to fully automate the system, which would be really cool. But we'll have to see. I don't know. Maybe I'll do another factory build. There is some things that I would probably change about this if I did it again. For instance, if I were to do this like a second time, I probably wouldn't use the rails, but that can add a lot more that can add a lot more difficulty and additional circuits not using the rails. So let me explain what I mean by that statement. Let me jump into spectator real quick. So essentially we have the hopper chest under here, and these chests will become full. That's a visual bug there. But these chests will become full of the items, and then they will go on their way. They will go over all these hoppers and fill these up. But as soon as all of these hoppers are full, they can no longer pull items out of the chest. So eventually, when all of the hoppers and droppers are full in the system, the chest will remain full. Okay. And then once it gets up here, because the chest is already full, it's not going to be able to pull items into it, which means that we have like a automated gate system to keep an overflow of items from going into it. The other way that I was planning on doing it was just dropping all of these down into an item stream, and then it could just go through multiple sorters that would then sort it to each individual module, which seems like it would be a better way of doing it. However, then you would have to have circuitry running up from each individual dropper saying, okay, I'm full, I don't need any more items, don't send any more. And that's where you're going to get a lot more complicated redstone going into this, rather than having all of these carts going back and forth. And now that I've reconfigured all of these to not be affected by the current Bedrock minecart bugs or rail bugs in general, they really do a good job. They really do. Everything's going where it needs to go, and everything works great. So I don't know. I mean, that would take some more head scratching in order to see if that would be like the ideal way of doing it. That would just be a trial and error. But dealing with a redstone circuit this size with this many moving parts, you pretty much get yourself into a huge commitment, a huge time commitment, because every single part of this has to work correctly. And if it doesn't, then you have to do testing to figure out what's not working correctly, why it's not working correctly, when it's not working correctly. And I mean, it's a whole plethora of different things that have to be figured out in order to make it all work correctly. Which is, you know, why a lot of people don't build things this large. But because I've been dropped on my head one too many times as a child, I have a strange addiction with making crazy contraptions like this, and it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. Welcome in, Vishal. Hopefully I am pronouncing that correctly. Welcome to the stream. So does the crafter coming out? No. Okay, yeah, I already touched on that. The time in the music paused right as you went that backward. Yeah. So let's go ahead and... How lucky am I? Probably not very lucky. Do I have my concrete box in here? No. That means that I have to go and find it. I'm just doing some odd end tasks over here on the server, on the Project Bedrock server. I haven't been on a whole lot this past week. I've been really doing a lot with the crafter. If you guys haven't seen all the crafter videos, I've been doing a ton of stuff with that. And then I'm working on this video, which should be released soon, if you have not seen any of this on my previous live streams. Rue says, built your gold farm. Dear Lord, does it put out some gold? Thank you. Absolutely. I'm glad that you like it. It was a ton of fun to build that, and really turned out well. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Lost my train of thought. We are looking for the concrete box. One of the biggest issues I have with like being sorted properly is I need to recolor some of these shulker boxes because some of them just don't make sense to my brain. In the middle of doing your bartering farm and need 5,000 quartz blocks for the next project. Yeah, that's one thing that's so great about the bartering farm, because quartz is such an amazing block to build with, and it's got so many varieties of quartz. However, it's such a pain to get. I mean, it is such a pain. It's kind of like, I kind of want to compare it to copper, but copper doesn't have the variance that quartz does. Quartz is more useful in my opinion. But of course they both have their proper usages in different places. Where is my wallet? Don't tell me I left it in somebody's shop. No, here it is. Okay, that's down there. Visual says, well, this ain't my account, but I'm assuming that's supposed to mean failing for 4 of my classes. Do you have any advice to me? Well, I'm assuming by that comment that you're probably younger and still in school. My advice to you would be, for one, and I know that you probably hear this a ton, enjoy it while you're in there. I know a lot of people, or especially whenever you're younger like that, you don't want to like believe what a lot of the adults are saying, and trust me, I was the exact same way whenever I was younger. And I'm like, no, they don't know what they're talking about, it's fine. Like, whenever you grow up, yeah, there's a lot of perks, but I mean, there's a lot of it that sucks too. I mean, school, looking back, it was one of the greatest times and I absolutely loved it. However, school wasn't for me, and I can even say that with school not being for me. I went through 3 years of 9th grade before I ended up dropping out because I just work with my hands. You know, I'm not very good at doing a lot of this technical stuff that really isn't going to be meaningful. So if I feel like there's a need for something in the real world, then I fully support learning that 100%. Like math, there's definitely a need for learning math inside the real world. You know, especially you go to the grocery store and you buy a bunch of groceries, you want to be able to do math to make sure that you're not being ripped off. But I mean, let's be real, the prices of everything nowadays, we're being ripped off regardless. But that's null and void. I had the biggest trouble trying to learn something that I felt wasn't of value to me. And some things you will learn are of value to you, even if you don't think that they are at the time. But kind of getting derailed on a tangent, going back to your original question, as Gigi said, study. If you are failing and there's something that you're not getting, that means that you need to apply more time to it. And something that you need to learn in life is you should always allocate your time for the stuff that needs to be done rather than the stuff that you want to do. Everybody wants to put off everything. you know, put off going to work and just go fishing or go to the beach or whatever. Yeah, everybody would love to do that, but at the same time, you know, that's not how the world works. And unfortunately, if you do stuff like that, eventually you're going to get fired, lose your job, stuff like that. The biggest thing that you need to do is apply yourself. Set time aside. And I can totally feel you, because right now I'm yeah, self-discipline. Gigi hit the nail on the head. Right now I'm with you. I'm changing careers midlife. I am a master mechanic by trade, but due to my health, I can no longer do that because I have muscle weakness, and now I'm finding out how messed up my body really is from doing a very physical job like being a mechanic. So now I'm making a transition into becoming a computer programmer or software engineer. So I'm transitioning from one to another, and now I'm finding myself back in like that school setting in the books and stuff. But it's worse now because I have to have even more self-discipline because I'm the one that's responsible for it. I don't have a teacher that's constantly down my back or like a set school schedule. I'm totally self-learning, so unless I do it and I allocate time for it, I'm not ever going to succeed in it. So yeah, without getting into too much of a tangent on that, set aside time, and if you're failing in something and you don't understand something, that's just telling you that you need to take more time to study and take more time to learn. I mean, we are in one of the greatest errors of learning ever because we have so many different avenues that we can go and learn from, and a lot of things you can learn entirely just on YouTube or entirely on the internet. Now, given you do have to sort the good through the bad and make sure that it's, you know, accurate stuff that you're learning. But yeah, there's tons and tons and tons of resources out there. Rue says, agreed, using copper for other blocks on the project, so that'll be fun too. Yeah, I'm hoping that the copper blocks going to become a whole lot more useful with these blocks that they were showing off at Minecraft Live. That would be super cool. One of my biggest frustrations with the copper block, let me put these just up here. Why does that not look right? Okay, well, pistons don't go there. That's why it doesn't look right. One of my biggest gripes with the copper block is I love the actual regular copper block like this, but there's no variance for it. Then I mean, the cut copper's okay, but it's just not, it would be nice if there was variance to each. I, for one, think that every material that's meant to be like a building material in the game should have the same variance. At least having like some kind of spec to abide by. Like, I think that every variant should at least have stairs, walls, slabs. Yeah, no variants yet. I'm hoping that it does, but I don't know if they're adding like a different copper block or if they're going to tweak this one. It would be amazing if they tweak this one because I absolutely love it. All right, Vishal, thank you for dropping in, and I hope that you do well on your study and journeys. Yes, but I think that there's not just the copper that suffers from it. There's a ton of different blocks that suffer from just not having proper variance to them. I mean, the thing is that it's a simple fix. I mean, the most labor intensive thing that they're doing is really doing the textures, making sure textures line up and they're consistent and stuff like that. But I mean, as far as the code goes, all they have to do is take a name identifier from one and change it to another, and then just give this one its own name identifier. That way the code can actually read it and say, okay, we're going to use this block. So for instance, if we had like a copper stair instead of a cut copper stair, the copper stair would be that one, and the cut copper stair would be the cut copper stair, obviously, for the name identifier. Welcome in, Iron Knight. Good to see you. Yes, that is another thing that I was going to say, is the concrete variants, and that's something that I was really wanting on these, because I can make these look so much cleaner and so much cooler if I just had concrete variants. Concrete stairs. And I really wish that concrete was more textured too. I know I can add texture packs and stuff, but it just, for concrete, it looks very flat. Very, very flat. All right, GG. Whoa, there's a ghost. Those are, that was actually a pretty cool ghost. Got banners. A ghost over there. Oh no. I overshot it. Whoa, that is cool. Who did this? Hopefully I'm not giving too many spoilers. I don't want to make anybody angry. That is super cool. Like a giant. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be giving spoilers. It's hard not to give spoilers inside of the shopping district. Yeah, no, I agree. Concrete slabs, concrete stairs. And I still don't understand why vertical slabs have not been added to the game either. It just doesn't make sense not to have vertical slabs. Makes no sense, I tell ya. Or somebody put a ghost on their Roomba. That's a pretty good idea. Except if I did that with my Roomba, my luck, it would probably suck it up and like turn into a giant wadded mess. Guaranteed. Because that's just the way my luck goes. But yeah, I think that I think all blocks that are intended to be a building block should have at least one block form and then stairs, slabs, and walls. I mean, there was one that I wanted to use not too long ago that didn't have a wall variant. And I was so down about it because I'm like, man, that would be so perfect. Oh, let's sleep real quick. All right. And I do want to do some stocking for the factory on stream, but I do want to take care of this time-lapse stuff first because this time-lapse is going to help with the stocking. That one I'm going to hold on to. Wallet, redstone, wood box, that all can go in here. Yeah, and I'm gonna hold on to that one. By the way, if anybody noticed a bit of drama on the channel under a particular video last night, I do apologize for that. Kind of a thing that I'm still learning to deal with. It's difficult for me because I'm the type of person that I typically don't take BS, period. Life's too short for that. Don't agree with it, you know, and really don't like to have any of that around me. But unfortunately, being on the internet, there's a lot of people that like to thrive in negativity, and that ended up kind of escapating on the channel last night, and thought about making a video on it, but still not 100% sure. Don't know if these individuals were just seeking clout or if they were wanting you know, something like that could be done. The only thing is, if I were to make a video on it, they would not get any of that. I'm not the type where I'm going to go in there and mention any names, and it's not just because I don't want to have these people held responsible or trying to get them in trouble or anything like that. It's more so that I don't want them to get the attention that they're looking for. It was like kind of treating them like I would treat my children. I wanted to say most of it, if not all of it, was under the Universal Auto Crafter video. Let's go ahead and take this entire box. How much redstone dust do I have? I got plenty. We're gonna need some building blocks. You know, I think copper would look cool. Welcome to the stream, Shillang. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, let's do like copper. If you are new, well, welcome in. We are super glad that you're here. Welcome to the community. You can come here and watch me try to find where I placed my copper, because I still can't find it. Maybe if I make another loop around this thing, I'll be able to find it. Well, there's 11 pieces, but I'm got a feeling that I'm going to need a little bit more than that. Ah, there's some more. That should be enough, as I steal it out of a box labeled GG's. Material box, we'll take that one with us. Tripstone, don't need that. Although that could be cool. That's some more copper. Man, there's so much random stuff placed all over the place. Basalt. I mean, ideally that'd probably be done better in the nether, but it's fine because I can just update it, and that should flow very quickly. Sorry, you guys. Sometimes I assume that y'all are inside of my brain. You'll see what I'm building here shortly. Okay, I don't think it's this one. This music just makes you want to dance. Just jamming out. Yeah, that's where we're coming to. So, essentially what I'm doing down here is I'm going to have a cobblestone and stone generator, which is my design, which is kind of crazy. Go figure. And then I'm going to have a basalt generator as well. That way we can craft a bunch of bulk materials. And that can either be bought inside of the shop, or if players are wanting a bunch of it, then maybe they can come down here and AFK. I don't know, we'll have to see. However, the skeleton spawner is going to be a XP source in order to help mend the tools that are used on the stone generator. I did see that on Silent Whispers channel. I have not been able to duplicate it. Hopefully it stays that way, but he seemed like he could replicate it very easily. I tried to replicate it with my other stone generator on the server, which is over by the barn. I was not able to get it to happen. So I don't know exactly if it's going to affect us at all. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully not, because something like that will probably take them forever to fix. It's so weird seeing like cobblestone down here. So from my understanding, you have to be below the line of the piston. Whenever it teleports you, how long or how far does it teleport you? I'm assuming maybe I'll clear this room out. Yours teleports you to 0, 0. Interesting. I think I'm gonna want to use some silk touch with this. 1,000 blocks, man. So is it something to do with the cobble generator itself, or is it having to do with the pistons? Has anybody actually figured out the mechanics as to why it's happening? Is something to do with like lava updating, or I think your full character has to be fully under the piston line. Okay. Well, let's go and experiment real quick. Do a little bit of experimentation. Since I am technically flying in the scaffolding, can I fly up? No, of course not. Gold Helmet has done a lot of testing on it, but I'd have to check on the bug report. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a lot of people that use it as an exploit now. Like a teleport back to spawn or whatever. Well, let's see if you can't help me replicate this, because like I said, I tried to do it with no success. But I don't know, I tell you what, some of these bugs on Bedrock have been rather funky lately. It's pistons pushing blocks. Interesting. So I mean, if that's the case, then I would think that it's if like the smeltery, because that uses a piston feed tape. So this one's constantly pushing them back and forth, and I tried to go back here. I don't know how far I need to get, or maybe I just need to be down under a line. Let me see where the piston line is. Okay, so the piston line's here. So it would be... I don't get no lava on my head. Hello? Hello? I wish I was home. I wish I was home. I wish I was home. No? Is it something that only affects certain devices? This feels like a bad idea. But you know me. If there's a bad idea, I gotta jump right into it. Oh, I didn't realize that there was a open little space down here. Just go ahead and fill that up with a torch. Just lucky. Fun. I want to go home. Teleport me. Yeah, I don't know if I would describe myself as lucky. I don't think so. I play on console and PE and it works on both. Silent is on PE or PC. Yeah, that is true. What if I'm in brawling? Okay, I'm ready. I'm packaged up and ready for transport. Whoa. Sorry, didn't mean to get that close. Yeah, and this is kind of the same issue that I had the other day whenever I tried to replicate it. So you would think that it would still work though. Oh great, now I've done screwed the pooch. Wonderful. I suppose I could try to do it over at the shopping district because there is the smeltery. One thing with the other design of the stone generator that I'm building is because it's kind of like a crazy overpowered one. It uses a lot of pistons. Which reminds me, I'm going to have to steal some lava from the smeltery as well. Oh, it looks like somebody AFK'd there and filled it up. So these are kind of the same thing. If it is the block being pushed that does it, of course. So what if I wonder if I'm not like far enough out in the world. Let me try to go underneath. And I'm assuming you don't have to come in contact with it. I don't remember Silent being in contact with it. Hello? Hello? I have Eggbird's bone meal farm that uses stone generation and moss tech, and it does it to me every time. Then I had to bridge over to turn it off to stop it. The one that does it to me has around 100 pistons going, so maybe it's about the amount of pistons pushing the amount of blocks. Nope, just in the loaded chunks while running. Hey Renee, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. That's really strange. Really strange. I suppose it could be about the number of pistons. I wonder if it's related to the bug that's transporting people back to overworld cords whenever they like fail to load going between worlds. Okay, let's head on over here. And wait, we have something that we must do. Hi, how's it going? Do you have anything useful? Those could be useful. Stay where you're at. I'm going to allow you to live a little longer, okay? I don't have any regular redstone. I have regular redstone. Regular redstone ore. Well, that's just horrible. Take a gander in these boxes. Got all kinds of stuff in here. Let me know if y'all see any regular redstone ore. By regular, I mean stone. I probably used it all here because I think it's more rare. Well, that was definitely not good flying skills. So there's regular deep plate. Regular deep plate. Deep plate. And I just wanted to get some mini blocks. Oh, I'll I guess go down here and no. There we go. Perfect. Just where I wanted to go. If we can't find some right quick. Pretty sure redstone ore in the stone variant's gotten to be pretty rare. There's some lapis. I'd have to look at the charts to see where exactly it spawns, but by the time I get done with this, he's going to be gone anyways. Should have just killed him. Should have just slaughtered him. Sure, yeah, if you just want to send it over to me on Discord, that would be great. Okay, where were we? Surprise! Sorry. You guys saw it? You guys are witnesses? Sorry it had to be this way. Now we have to dispose of the evidence. I think that's everything. Okay. You guys saw nothing. Welcome in, Stella. Project Bedrock is a Hermitcraft-like SMP. However, it's on the Bedrock edition rather than Java. Gotta find eggs, moss farm. Yeah, I mean, as far as the bug goes, as long as it doesn't affect me, I really don't mind. But we'll have to see. I mean, the one that I designed and built utilizes, let's see, be 5, 10, 15, 20, I think 30 pistons. I think it's just explanation PB. They're GG. And they are hilarious. Got that, got the copper. I can never remember all of them. Even though they're my own commands, I have trouble remembering all of them. Maybe it's a PB website. Now watch, I'm gonna come down here and there's gonna be like, bam, stone, redstone, ore. I'm working on a mine shop that I'm currently building, which will be on my upcoming episode. However, I'm going to be working on the lower part of it, which is going to be using a cobblestone / stone generator, and then also a basalt generator in order to produce the materials. And then I'm going to use the skeleton spawner in order to send experience points over to mend the tools. I did put a... Oh, does it help? Oh, you're fine. No worries. Commands? I thought I added that. Let me take a look at that. One quick second. Take a gander. I can never remember if it's Streamlabs or Stream Element. I think it's Streamlabs. Yes, it is. Cloudbot command. Yeah, it should be exclamation point help. Wonder why that's not working. Oh, the cloud bot's turned off. That's why. Wonder how that happened. Probably another Streamlabs bug. The Streamlabs is almost as buggy as Bedrock, I swear. So, first order of business, let's set up the second account here. And we'll also get OBS open. Yeah, I've noticed that. It's very annoying. Okay. One moment, guys. Just going to get my second account in here so I can do a time lapse. And then we're going to use regular OBS to record it. Full screen. Why is that not? Okay, there we go. Oh, this is recording the wrong one. There we go. That'll work. And then I think I'm the only one online, so I can just do that. And then probably don't need any kind of moving time lapse. Just center this and then start recording. The only downside with that is now I can't see any of y'all's chat, so let me alt tab out of that and then bring slobs back up. There we go. Yeah, Streamlabs does a lot of finicky, weird stuff randomly. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because it's like an open source program with a bunch of hands inside of the cookie jar or what, but I guess I can use my phone. This is the point where I wish that I had 4 monitors. I swear, it doesn't matter how many monitors you have. You're always going to wish that you have at least one more. I don't know why I filled that in, because probably going to step that down. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Let's step this down. And while we're doing that, we should have a stack of this. There's a stack, or at least a couple stacks, so then let's change this so we get the cobbled variant. Yeah, I believe Stella was on my community post last night, if I remember right. I remember the name Stella with all that drama that was going down on the comment section. Please leaving some kind words of encouragement. Nice to have people balance out the negative ones inside of the room. Okay, and then let's grab that. Oh, do I not have any torches? Wonderful. So that one there, I thought that there was another torch I picked up. I guess not. I don't know. I think that they look. I'm all for people giving constructive criticism, but I don't support people bringing anything into a conversation that doesn't possess value. The things that they were saying, if you're familiar with Minecraft game mechanics and how predominantly the redstone mechanics work on Bedrock Edition, and in this case Java Edition too, you would understand why what they were saying just doesn't work. And like, it was literally demonstrated in, don't think it was demonstrated on the video that they were commenting on, but it was demonstrated in like the video that I released just before that one, which I noted in the comments. And they continued telling me that that I was wrong and they were right. They were saying that you can take a you were saying that, here, let me just bring this out real quick, that way you can visualize what I'm saying. So one of them was, because there was multiple people were saying that you can dispense into a container with both a dropper and a dispenser. Okay, so we have our dropper here, we have our dispenser here. I said no, you can only dispense into a container using a dropper. The dispenser does not have that function. It will not dispense into a container. So to demonstrate, we can grab a couple buttons here. So nice easy test, and this is something that, you know, they should really do. Like if you're going to go on to somebody's post anywhere and correct them, make sure that your correction is valid. You know, as I said, I'm all for constructive criticism, but at least make sure that it's valid. So there's a dropper, okay, and so it doesn't get mixed up, we'll put a piece of copper in here, okay. So the dropper you can hit, and that dropper is going to dispense it into the container, okay. They were saying that you could do the same thing with a dispenser, so let's try it with a dispenser. Oh, look at that, it doesn't dispense it into the container. So that was one of the things that we were going on about. The second thing was that the hopper bug to where the items get skewed inside of the line of hoppers don't exist. Which I don't know if, I mean, I could duplicate it now. I just don't really want to spend a whole lot of time building a bunch of stuff, but again, it's a known bug on the bug tracker that is both on there for Java Edition and Bedrock Edition. And then they're arguing and saying, no, that's not true. It doesn't exist. It's not working the way that you're saying that it's working. And you know, I just get to the point to where, like, okay, I'm wrong, you're right. Just let it go. Well, the thing is like, I literally live and breathe redstone. Like, my channel is about redefining redstone on Bedrock Edition, and some of the things that I have built are some of the best on Bedrock. I mean, look at the Trident Killer, for example. There's nobody that's been able to accomplish something that has the same kill rates, reliability, and such as the Trident Killer. I mean, look at the Creeper Farm. You know, there's a bunch of different things like that. So, I mean, I spend a lot of time learning redstone, and I try to educate people and help them learn as much as possible too. So, I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say that it irritates me, but of course these are probably people that don't really know my channel or just dropping in and you know, don't know the first thing about me, to be fair. But for example, and you know, we're probably, yeah, that'll work because they're not going to stack. So we got a drop, we have a emerald there, copper, flint if my brain will work, flint, more copper. Let's change that so it doesn't get confusing. Cobblestone. We'll put cobblestone in there. Okay. So then we'll go back down here and then look at the order. And this one was first. Now I've forgot the order. I'll have to look. But I'm pretty sure the cobblestone was one of the last ones, and this was the first one. So I mean, again, it skews the items. So let's put the emerald there. Let's keep track of just 2 blocks instead of all 5. Okay. So there's a torch, and then we'll do redstone. So we have all of these in the middle. So we have an emerald going in first, which should reach the chest first, and then we have the dropper putting in the redstone dust, which should reach the chest last. So if we go here and hit this, you can see that we have the emerald, which went in first, which is good. That was the first one. But look at where the redstone dust is. That should have went in last. So even though they're being put into this at a certain order, because they're all injected at the same time, they should be a hopper behind each other. They should never intermingle with each other. So in this line, you're literally having one item pass another item while the other one's staying stationary. Which, that is the bug that they said didn't exist. And it exists both on Java and Bedrock. Whether or not that's intended game mechanic, it's hard to say. It doesn't logically make sense, so I wouldn't think so. But yeah, I mean, it is Minecraft after all, so. And then the I think the last thing that they were going on about was that let's see, dispenser. Dropper. We already had a dropper out, didn't need one. Last thing they were going on about was that the dispenser and the dropper did not randomize items, so by doing this we can really easily test this. And we'll use different blocks just to make it easy. Actually, we're probably gonna need more of them. Yeah, let's do a deep slate and cobble on that one, and then those two on that one. That'll make it easy. Okay, so the other comment said that the dispensers will randomize the items, however, the droppers won't. And you can see we have these two items in here. If that's the case, it should fully dispense the deep slate before it dispenses the cobblestone. So if we hit this, okay, we got deep slate again, deep slate again, which probably should have used the lever. And then we got cobblestone, 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 deep slate. And then on this side, which is the dropper, we'll have a emerald, emerald, copper. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Emerald, emerald, copper. Okay, so both of these are randomizing the items, and you could look that up and find that inside of the wiki and learn that without even doing a test. But the thing is again, if you're going to correct somebody, make sure that you are valid in your testing and fully understand what you're correcting somebody on, rather than just, you know, dropping in trying to throw shade at people. It doesn't make sense. One thing that you have to understand with me is whenever I release a tutorial on a farm or a redstone mechanic or something that I've built, you guys are not seeing the tens of hours that I'm spending testing this, building it, redesigning it. A lot of these builds that I release have gone through 2, 3, 4, 5 versions or more before you guys get the final release, and that's because I'm bug testing them. I'm always thoroughly studying redstone mechanics to get all of this released. That way I'm releasing the best quality thing that I can release to you guys. It just doesn't make sense to me why some people do that. Anyways, like I said at the beginning of the stream, you know, it's the internet. There's always going to be people throwing shade, so at the end of the day, it's more my problem that I need to learn to deal with it better and not let the people like that get to me. But at the same time, I'm very old school, and regardless of the amount of subscribers that I get, I'm me. I'm not changing. You're not going to have a fake persona of me. You know, I was raised and have old school morals and character, which is, you know, what a lot of people don't have anymore. And come from a place to where typically people like that would be popped in their mouth if they sit in front. But I mean, since they are behind a keyboard, they feel like they can do it. But I don't know, like, I just can't fathom why. Like, why go in there and just be negative? I mean, why? There's so much negative in the world. Like, the last thing that you should do is just go in and just blatantly be negative. And I believe the especially one in particular of the people that commented, the way that they worded it was just trying to drive nails. But like my community post said last night, it's more their problem than it is mine. It's just more a reflection of their character, not mine. You know, at the end of the day, I sleep just fine. And I really don't care how many people I lose as subscribers. I'm not going to change who I am. And if they don't like it, they can go watch somebody else. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Anyways, tangent over. Let me catch up on chat now. Chilling said, hi, I'm back. Welcome back. I'm glad that you are back. Sunflower said, my favorite was the guy who told you that you named it wrong and that you wouldn't explain. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I asked him to articulate what you mean because I named that a universal crafter, and he said it's not a universal crafter. Well, I mean, in my understanding of the word universal, this here is a universal crafter. It crafts stuff, which makes it a crafter, and it's universal, meaning that it can craft a multitude of different things. And it's the same thing with the new crafter block. Okay, Wally, stop talking. Sorry, my vacuum's going on the fritz. So I mean, in a sense, this is a universal crafter. The other one is a universal crafter. I guess because they noticed that it wasn't a fully automatic giant craze of redstone, that it's like null and void. Like, look, if I wanted to build something like that, I'd build it. That's not a problem at all. But the thing is how would that benefit my channel? How would that benefit you guys? Nobody's going to build that. And I mean, if they do, it might be one, maybe two people that are going to build a giant redstone contraption that's going to fully automate everything. I mean, it's pointless. By the time you gathered up all the material that you needed in order just to build the machine, you would have all the materials that you would ever need to craft anyways. But it's kind of like going in and building the what was it? It wasn't the... Was it the... It was another farm of mine. And I think what a lot is happening is that, like, people's getting the meaning of different things confused. Or, like, for example, if one YouTuber calls it one thing and mislabels it, then that kind of sticks in their brain, even though that wasn't originally what it should have been called to begin with, if that makes sense. Again, whenever I try to build stuff and release it to the public, I always try to get all this sorted out and give it the best name possible. That way I avoid conflict and avoid stuff like that, avoid the negative comments. Then I feel like it was properly named, and it's not going to be changed as far as the name goes. It's a universal crafter. And again, I feel like they more or less lack the understanding of what the word universal means, or maybe I just don't understand. Potentially it could be a different meaning in a different country. I'm going by what I know as being, you know, a US citizen. I don't know what other meanings mean outside of the US. But yeah, I ended up having the same thing happen several months ago. Well, actually, that was probably a couple years ago now, back when I released the fully AFK mud farm, and I got a few negative comments arguing that it wasn't fully AFK because it wasn't hooked up to a fully automatic moss machine that required no player interaction. No, that would make it a fully automatic moss farm, meaning that it's not semi-automatic. I don't have to do any kind of player interaction. That was never called a fully automatic farm. It's not. It's literally labeled in the description as a semi-automatic farm. but it is fully AFKable, meaning that you can fully AFK without any player interaction. And again, this goes back to people not understanding the proper definitions of what they're talking about, which, I mean, it's kind of like high school grammar 101, at least in the United States, of course. But anyways, let me avoid another tangent and try to get caught up on chat some more. Sunflower says, my favorite was the guy who told you that I named it wrong and then wouldn't explain. Just sent 10 messages telling you that you're not being offended. Yeah, I don't know. I think he told me to calm down or something. I'm like, I'm totally calm. Like, I think that he was like hoping to get a rise out of me. Rue says, we live in a world of keyboard warriors that wouldn't say a word in person and live behind the safety of a screen. Yes, but they also need to understand that that safety of a screen only comes with so much safety, and that they are on the internet, and the internet does require IP addresses to work, and IP addresses coincidentally lead right to your address. So people do need to keep that in mind, because, you know, if they cross the wrong person online, even though it is the internet, it can have real world consequences. Not saying that that's me by any means, but as far as like, that's real world, that does happen. And sometimes when you offend certain people, they fester over it and can't get over it. So it's definitely better to watch P's and Q's and just don't be a crappy person. Like, why? What do you benefit? What do you contribute being a crappy person? You know, it has no benefit. You go around, you hurt people's feelings. Not saying that mine's hurt, but I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of people, especially like younger YouTubers, that probably spent time putting together a video, hoping for a great reaction, and then they turn around and get a comment like that. And I mean, something like that can just ruin somebody's whole YouTube gig that they have going on. You know, it really is a shame. Working down the comments, Stella says, I didn't know that it existed, but seeing as you just proved it, they were definitely wrong, lol. He probably were just a troll or something. Yeah, I mean, I think predominantly that's what their main objective was just to troll. And again, I'm not losing any sleep over it, you know, and I'm sure the bigger my channel gets, unfortunately, it'll probably be more and more of a common thing. I mean, you can see, if you watch Mumbo Jumbo and you've watched him for the past several years, he released a video, wanting to say a year or so ago, to where like people kept commenting inside of the comments on his video to where, oh, let me grab that. Kind of the same thing. They're like, no, you're doing it wrong. This is going to power this. Oh, it was when he was making the thing on Hermitcraft season. What was it? Season 10. Or what season are we on? I think it's 10. Is it 9? I don't know. I cannot even remember. But the current season of Hermitcraft that we're on, it was when he built it was like the second rendition of the button. And it was in reference of the redstone line is going to power the TNT, because he had the TNT going this way and then the redstone was running right next to it. And he ended up inside of his next video making a little clip that basically said, look, unless you know what you're talking about, don't comment on the video, essentially. And I mean, Mumbo has, you know, now what, 9 million subscribers. So I mean, just goes to show the bigger your channel gets, the more that you're probably going to have to deal with stuff like that. Rue said, what? Unsubscribing now? How dare you test first? Well, we'd love to have you, but you know, like I said, I'm not the type of person that's going to cry for people to come back. Not saying you. What my main goal is to basically give you guys the best content and the best things that you can use inside of your Minecraft world, and build a community and enjoy being around you guys. And that's what I've done over the past couple of years, and I'm super glad that I have. You guys are awesome. I mean, you guys are the reason why. And I mean, if it wasn't for y'all, I probably wouldn't still be doing this. You know, I don't make any profit off of this. You know what I've made since I got monetized, which has been probably, when I get monetized, 4 months ago. I'm at $15. I have to get a threshold of 100 for a payout. $15 in 4 months off of YouTube. Okay, now given my channel smaller, but it definitely is not for the money. I'm not doing it for the money. I mean, the monetization's a plus. I mean, it helps offset some of the costs that I have to, you know, turn around and shell out if I need new equipment or whatever. And now, given that number's not Patreon, that's just strictly YouTube itself. So I mean, YouTube's not a big giant money making scandal like a lot of people think it is. And you see these people that pick up 100,000 or 1 million subscribers. That doesn't mean that they're making money. And you can use add-ons like TubeBuddy or a bunch of others that you can actually see what they make. It's not a big money making gig, and just because you have a lot of subscribers doesn't mean that you have a lot of watch time, and watch time is what makes you money. A lot of people can get subscribers. I can make funny shorts and probably already have 100 times this, well, probably not 100 times, but I can have a multitude of subscribers compared to what I have now, just by having, you know, funny content, funny shorts, whatever. But those would be false subscribers. I don't build a community doing that. That's just people that come to my page, hit a subscribe button, and then never come back. You know, what you want is return viewers, to where you come back, they interact, they leave contents, they thoroughly enjoy what you're putting out, and they generally share a connection and grow a connection and a bond with you. I mean, that's what building a community is all about. Let me scroll up on chat real quick. Renee says if you would take my chains off first. Yeah, you're not getting out of it that easy, sorry. You know, just for that you're getting a couple more chains on you. Just for that. You're surely never gonna go anywhere. Sunflower says manners, what? Yeah, I agree. It's you know, one of the things that I say quite often is common sense is not common anymore, and that's the God's honest truth. It isn't. I don't really know if it ever has been common, but I mean, from my observation in the world that we live in, common sense is not common. They should call it rare sense, or like imaginatory. Is that even a word? Common sense? The mystical sense? I don't know. There's a lot of better names for it than what it is, because it doesn't really exist. And if it does, it's very rare. I think rare sense would be a lot better than common. Welcome in, Dark Knight. Sorry that it took so long to welcome you. I was in the middle of a tangent. Stella says, by that definition, AFK fish farms aren't AFK. I can't talk. By that definition, AFK fish farms aren't AFK farms. Well, I go by the definition of the Redstone community, and there's actually posted articles saying what each farm is. So an AFK farm is deemed a farm that you can be fully away from keyboard with minimally changing things. Like if you were to have to use a keybind, then that would be considered a AFK farm. However, if you had to do something that wasn't defined as a simple task, like a tree farm, or well, tree farm might not be tree farm might not be a good example. But like if you had to take something from one area to move it to another, that would not be considered a simple task, and then that would require player interaction. So then, depending on the farm, well, if you have to use player interaction, then it's automatically going to be a semi-automatic farm. And then you have like your fully automatic farms to where you have like your moss farm that's fully automatic. You have to do nothing to that thing. It just sits there and goes. You don't have to worry about it. But yeah, all the definitions are posted online. It's just people don't take the time to read it and understand it. They just have what they think that it means inside of their head. And that's it, you know. They're right, you're wrong, and there's no changing it. Season 9, thank you, Stella. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Hi, Dark. Rue says, ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Man, if I had $1 for every time my mother told me that growing up. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I personally think some of these kids growing up should have been beat in the head with a broomstick a little bit more. But, I mean, that's totally a joke. But, like, come on, man. What'd you do? Fall down a flight of stairs? People hurt me. They hurt my brain. They really do. And the problem is that they grow up into adults, and then the adults do these things. It's, like, we were driving back when I picked up my kids from school, driving back, and, I slowed down going over the railroad tracks. Didn't stop, but just slowed down, and I'm like, hey, look, let's look to the side and see if we see a train. And my daughter says, no, we can't stop on the track. My daughter's 7 years old. I'm like, you know, I've never told her that. I don't know where she learned it, but you know what? My 7-year-old daughter has more common sense than a lot of these adults. How many adults when driving have you seen stopped on a railroad track? It's ridiculous. But yet, my daughter's like, no, if we do that, we're going to get hit by a train. Like, how do we get ourselves into a world full of these people and then they're breeding? Like, I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. Like, I'll be the first to take my shirt off my back for anybody. You know, I'm probably one of the nicest people that you'll ever meet. But come on, there's got to be a point to where you say, what? Like, why? Like, were they just not taught? Do they not have, like, instincts? I don't know. You think back at, like, the caveman days and stuff, and I know that we're getting nothing done, but like, how would people survive back then? Like, do they just go up and, like, hug a lion and get mauled? I don't know. I don't get it. Anyways, there's another tangent. Rue says, not sure how I found your channel, but I'm glad you and Amachu are newer to me and enjoy y'all's comment or content. I'm unfamiliar with Amachu. I'll have to check them out. Iron Knight says, I'm back from Lurk. Well, welcome back. You're probably like, what did I come back to? Renee says, I can attest to his generosity, but we've been friends for well over 20 plus years. Yes, and that's a friendship that I'm so glad and thankful for. You have to be a great person to put up with my crap this long. Hey, that goes both ways, Renee. That goes both ways. Stella, yeah, fair. So the guy's definition was just wrong then. Yeah. And the reason why I get into these tangents is because I already have so many things that are circulating inside of my brain behind the scenes. And then stuff like this happens and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to say it. I have no filter on my mouth. That thing come plugged up a long time ago and it's never been replaced. For a day, listen here, Gump. I'll give you a Gump. I'll leave you a TNT surprise in your treehouse. Stella says that staying on the rail track might just be an American problem. If you don't mind me asking, Stella, where are you at? Yeah, you know, I don't want to call out Americans, but yes, a lot of it is predominantly in the United States, and I think that a lot of it has to do with, you know, the way that parents are raising their children. You know, a lot of it is because you know, they don't want to parent. They just want to hand them a tablet or anything else and be like, okay, here, go occupy yourself while I watch TV or while I do this. Like, I don't know. Again, I can get into a whole nother tangent about how, you know, children need structure and they need guidance. That's, you know, the whole reason why you're the parent. But yeah, try not to get into too many tangents. It's easy to go down that rabbit trail. But again, yeah, staying on the rails, you would think like, wait, what? Why do we even have to have this conversation? Why do we even have to have this conversation? You think like staying on the rails? No, that's a bad idea. We shouldn't do that. I think a lot of it is that people's in such a hurry, and they'll literally be in a hurry to go nowhere. Like, I've been in almost multiple accidents because people wanted to zigzag in and out of traffic, like acting like they have their significant other bleeding out in the passenger seat, zigzagging through traffic, like it's truly an emergency. And then they turn into McDonald's. Like, again, mind's blown. Like, here you are driving like a reckless a-hole, putting people's lives on the line just because you just want to get there faster. I don't know. It used to be a small town that I'm in. You know, the town that I grew up in, we had one traffic light and it was just a yellow caution light. And it was just for the small school that was there. But now, being Florida, it's getting flooded with a lot of people that's not native to here. And I don't know, I think a lot of it is like they come from like inner cities and stuff to where they just a different way of life. And I mean, if that's the way of life that they want, hey, everybody's different. I mean, I'm the type of person to where I like to be out in the woods by myself. You know, me and myself get along just great. Yeah, sometimes it's like me, myself, and Irene, but you know, we work out our differences. But the biggest issue that I have is like people will come from places like that and then they move here to get away from all of the stuff that they didn't like there, and then they try to change it back to where they came from. Like, they try to alter what we have here and make it into the place that they left. And again, it's just one of those many things that don't make sense to me. Welcome in, Moss. Sorry, I've been going on multiple tangents. It's been like a tangent train over here. Choo choo. Just don't stay on the track because you might get run over. Oh. Moss, yeah, good call. I stay out of that, yeah. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that I stay out of. I mean, I won't really bring my beliefs into it. I mean, I guess whenever I bring my opinions... Hey, I got my AFK cam on, dude. I can see you. You think you're going to sneak up on me and just slime hump me. That's not going to work. Nope. But yeah, again... I mean, I'm a rather opinionated individual, to put it mildly. But I try not to bring like my beliefs into it. I try not to bring politics into it. I try not to bring, you know, religion into it. That's everything to where, you know, people have their own reasoning for their belief, their mindset, you know. And most of the time, stuff like that, you know, you can't have a good conversation about it because their opinion's not going to alter. And I'd be lying to say if like certain topics like that my opinion would alter, you know. So I mean, realistically, there's no point in trying to change anybody's mind whenever it comes to it. But again, like, I think people should learn to have good conversation, have constructive conversations, constructive feedback. You can go in there, like I did it yesterday. I went in and said to one of the YouTubers, I'm like, hey man, and I started it off with a compliment. I'm like, your content's awesome, and you did a super job building. I worded it differently, but you did an amazing job building what you built, which was a redstone contraption. And I said if I could give you one critique, it would be that, and this was something else that another person commented on as well. It's like every 5 seconds he was doing this, and I'm like, if you're open to constructive criticism, I'd tell you like makes it very hard to watch the video. Like I understand, like I'll even like use my mouse and like circle stuff like this, but he was doing it like every like 2 to 3 seconds. And, like this makes it really hard for people to watch it, and like it can give people a headache. Like, and I didn't word it like that. I'm like, it just makes it difficult to watch because again, be kind to people. I mean, I could go in there and be like, hey man, the way that you're moving that mouse is making me stick it in my stomach. I don't understand how anybody could ever watch your video. Like, isn't there like a lot better way of putting that? Like, can't we like construct a proper sentence and be kind? Like, put kindness at the root of it? But anyways, let's move on from yet another tangent. Awesome gamer, welcome into the stream, buddy. I am from Florida, way down south, at a part that's going to eventually get taken off by a hurricane that sticks out the bottom of the United States. Ma says I'm just way too opinionated, so I just STF you. Yeah, you probably suffer from the same issue that I do. There's a lot of times where I should STF you, but I don't. Well, there's also certain things to where I think are good to be talked about too. Oh, iron. Oh great, a commercial. YouTube got a Twitch feature. Yeah, YouTube's been bad about the non-skippable commercials lately. Thanks for that, Sunflower. Yeah, Iron, put in an application, and as soon as I see your name, I'll hit the... we'll review it, and then we'll get back to you. No, I'm just joking. Totally joking. Let me... IP? Okay, we'll use the Mosque one on this one. We'll use loopback 127.0.0.1. Here. Oh, I can't type in chat. I want to be able to type in chat over here. I got my time-lapse screen up, man. All right, let me grab another drink real quick. Cause I didn't finish this one. Never mind. Scratch that. Oh yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Does anybody remember what the most efficient distance to cave out a spawner is? I wanted to say it needs to be like, your head needs to be like 4 or 5 blocks under it. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jeez, if I could hit where I'm aiming, that would be wonderful. Android keyboard is horrible. If you download an extension, which is what I use, which is called Gboard, it's the Google keyboard. You can find it in the App Store. It's so much better, in my opinion, of course. Yeah, that's kind of what's sticking in my head too, like 9 blocks wide by 9 blocks wide. I know Foxy's thing has the bounding box of it, but I think that's only for AFKing. Let me try that. I will install PC as soon as I finish my breakfast. Yeah. Yeah, I love Gboard. I cannot stand the default Android keyboard. It just doesn't make sense with like the setup. I had... What did I come up here for? Armor stand. That's what I come up here for. Let's throw some of the steep slate in the deep slate box. Seems like that'd be a good place to start. Save some of that. I guess we could throw the ores in there too, huh? I'm still digging. I'll get more. Hey guys, guess what time it is? Hey buddy. Nope, too late. Oh, sir. Did you know that you were on my dirt? You were on, well, I can't say that you were on my lawn. I can't use that classic Clint Eastwood. You were on, hey, no, you were on my property. Then you have nothing good to sell. And I don't have any stone ores to give the mini block. So, due to you crafting, due to you, trespassing, I'm going to have to, expedite you to, another place. Wait, where did his other llama go? Did you fall off the crane? Oh, well. Oh, I forgot. Gotta go back. Go back. We gotta make sure that, yeah. Don't want to be, don't want to be able to be traced. Anything else? Okay, I think we're good. Once again, you guys saw nothing. Yeah, I don't have my wallet on me. I guess I'll just steal some from my shop. Iron Knight says you're wrong, just change to iOS. I would be so lost on iOS. I've heard that iOS is better for certain things. I just live and breathe Windows. Everything that I've ever learned and known is on Windows. Let's see. Stella, I'm so glad that my internet sucks so much. So funny and cool. No, that's not funny. That is bad. I hate bad internet. A few of our members, they use like satellite internet, and it's the worst. It's like a hot dumpster fire, as Moss would say. Moss, you saw nothing. Or, not Moss, Iron Knight. Sorry, I was thinking about Moss. Iron Knight, you saw nothing. Sunflower says I'm died hard with Windows and Android. Yeah, that's how I am too. I've had so many people try to convince me to like go over to iPhone. Like, no. And like, you look at like what Sign Vector's going through trying to get his program ported on Apple devices, and it just reinforces why I don't. Like, the amount of money that they want to charge him annually just to have it on the App Store is asinine. Sorry, that's the best word that I could come up with for it. This server, Stella, is a content creator only server, just like the Hermitcraft server. So we do have available slots for content creators, but the content creators do have to be over 18 years of age. Roo says, hey RS, on your witch farm, do long AFK sessions and tridents fall into the glass panes. Any thoughts? Doing long AFK sessions and tridents fall into the glass panes. Any thoughts on how I could fix that? How many glass panes are you running on there? 1 or 2? It's been so long since I built that farm, and back when I built it, it was reliable, but I think with the newest bug, well, I say newest, but it's been a bug in the game for a while now. it's making the trident more vulnerable to falling. One of these days I'll have to redesign another witch farm. Moss says mine still works. How many glass panes are on yours, Moss? Had the trident fall once. 2 panes, yeah, that's what I remember on that one. Does yours have 2 panes as well, Moss? I'm wanting to say both of those were, because I had 2 different versions. Ice bone. Yeah, I don't know if I could do having multiple versions. It's gonna be the worst time lapse ever. I have to speed it up to like 500%. But okay, Rue said I think it's 9 wide all sides and 9 high top to bottom. Let me do this real quick. I know that he has a tool, but I'm wanting to say that it was mainly just for... Actually, you know what? This might have both. It might have the box. Oh man, bad things are going to happen if I break that. Oh, you know what? I could put an armor stand on top of it because it's an entity. It's fine. Well, that didn't go as planned. Upper. All right. Usually whenever I'm doing coding and making packs, I take all those out of global resources because then you'll get error codes and stuff from them whenever you are inside of the creator here. It will throw them, which that needs to be turned off. Okay, we got chunk line. Isn't it the first one? That one. That's the one. One, two. That's like 4. 4. Yeah, so it'd be 9. 9 by 9 is what the 9 is. Yeah, so 9 by 9. I just don't know where you're supposed to put the armor stand. I'm assuming on top of the spawner, but I've been wrong once before. You know, one thing that I need to do a tutorial on, I got so many farms that I've designed that you guys haven't even seen, and they're kind of getting lost with time. But there's a farm that I designed that is pretty small and compact and goes under a zombie spawner, and it will basically convert the zombies into drowned and then kill them, and that way you can get a bunch of copper from it. Now, unfortunately, because you're converting the zombie into a drowned, they will never drop a trident, but it's still a good source of getting the stuff like copper and I believe nautilus shells and stuff like that too. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Let's I guess I gotta go over there and break that torch, huh? Yep, wait, get back in the hole. Okay, so if this is correct, it should continuously spawn the mobs as long as I'm within 16 blocks of it. Which I should have put blocks on top of the spawner. We're going to get one that spawns up there. So it says I just looked at the SMP website and it looks really cool. Well, thank you. The website's still a work in progress. Me and Moss have been working on it, trying to get it squared away and making it look pretty good, but it all comes down to a time thing. It's like, how do you distribute your time and like what things take precedence over others? So it looks like we got quite a few in there. So it looks like they are out of the spawner's range, so it will just continuously infinite spawn them. Have you guys heard that they are changing the phantoms to where you will no longer be able to get away from them? Like even flying it with an elytra, they made it where you're not going to be able to escape them. Okay, this is getting out of hand. Well, it's got to be done. And that was a fail. Just got it. Get it. Oh, there we go. No, I don't believe so. Now they chase you. And look at all the arrows. Alright, so I think what would be the best trident killer to use for this one? Oh, I escaped them. I escaped them permanently. I really won't. Well, no. Maybe I shouldn't wax it. I mean, if you have like an old mine, it's not really going to make a bunch of sense to have shiny copper down here. So what we can do is... Do I have ice? I need an ender chest. I thought I had an ender chest down here. If I had $1 for every rocket that I waste just by misclicking, I would be a millionaire. Okay, so I'm mainly going to need some redstone. I mean, I will eventually need some tridents. Not this one, because that's got yeah, it's got the channeling on it. Only while gliding? Yeah, I haven't really looked into it, so I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. All I know is I remember them saying that, and I'm like, man, the Phantom, if it couldn't get worse. So there's some regular red stuff. Oh, creeper. That's all I knew, was that there was a creeper in my face. Yeah, let's aim for the hole. But yeah, it's I don't know. Maybe I have to wait and see. Hopefully it's not too bad, but from what I read, they said that it's gonna be hard to escape them. I wouldn't think that they would be able to keep up with you during like actively being powered by a rocket. Let's at least hope not, for the sake of us. I feel like if they're going to implement any changes like that to the Phantom, they need to fix the bugs with the insomnia system, because with the new game rule for the player percentage sleep, it does not affect insomnia at all. It doesn't reset the Phantoms. At least it doesn't here on the server. I haven't tested it on the other stuff, but definitely should. I'm pretty sure that I saw a open bug report about that issue. Let me see if I got my ice box. I do. Perfect. Great. Got my ice box all right, with absolutely no ice in it. Quick detour. Salvation. Kinda don't want to like mine this close to spawn, but realistically, chunk generation screwed this place up so much, it probably is irrelevant at this point. Need to build an ice farm. Like this. Can you tell where the chunks are? Any idea? Here, let's see if we can find out where the chunks are since we have this. Can you find where the chunks are? Oh, Mojang, please fix. If you ever need to chunk align your builds, guys, just go in a snowy building or a snowy biome and okay, that's got to be like the cutest, most evil thing I've ever seen. Just go inside of a snowy biome and wait. You'll have your auto chunk alignment system in no time. Stella says, hey, do you guys have any tips on understanding redstone better? I tried it a while, but never got all too far, to be honest. Yes, I actually have a whole tutorial series for the Bedrock edition, if that's the edition that you play. Although a lot of it you can use like cross similarities with. But the name of the tutorial playlist is the School of Redstone, which I believe is what Moss is throwing up in chat right now. Thank you for doing that, Moss. And that will pretty much walk you through all of the different components and how they use or how they work. However, I would highly encourage you to go into a testing world and practice with them. Practice. That's what's going to make you better at it. That way you can actually use and like put into practice what you're learning. And if you're anything like me, I absolutely have to do that or else I will not retain it. Now there are a few blocks that I'm going to be adding to that. I just have not gotten around to it. The newer blocks are going to be the calibrated skulk sensor, obviously. And then we also have the... I don't think I did one for the bookshelf. Did I? I don't know. And then, of course, the crafter. Can't forget that. And I'll be... As I stated on that tutorial series before, as the redstone increases inside of the game, I'll go back and update that playlist as much as I can, when I can. I've just been so backed up with videos, and then the crafter came out, and I'm like, okay, hold the phone. Everything's on hold. I gotta play with the crafter. Man, it's let's see. Okay, that's not the same thing. Okay. I was gonna say Streamlabs is spamming my chat. Still trying to wrap your head around circuits that are supposed to say linear. Stella says I mostly play Java, but I will definitely use the series for my own redstone world. Yeah, there's a lot of the redstone is similar. You just have certain things that change it. Oh boy. Mainly like bugs. So like in Java edition, they have what's called what's the technical name for it? Or it like ghost powers a block, more or less, to put into layman's terms. So you can have man, I got so much stuff. And apparently I have no repeaters. So you can have, or not repeaters, observers. We're going to pretend that this dropper is an actual observer, because I don't have the observers. Yeah, I should have went up one more. Okay, pretend that this dispenser is a observer. The observer is facing up into the block, with the output of the observer facing down, with the air between it. On Bedrock Edition, this would not work. So if you updated the observer on the top, it would not power this. Okay. On Java Edition, this observer would power this piston, even though there is an air block between it. Quasi connectivity. Thank you. I could not for the life of me think of it. So yes, this would power, even though it makes no logical sense. This is a bug inside of Java Edition. However, it's one of those bugs kind of like the Trident Killers. The Trident Killer is a bug in Bedrock Edition. However, because it's been so adapted by the community to be useful, they've decided to keep it into the game. Yeah, like bud powering, stuff like that, yeah. But it doesn't make sense. So, I mean, long story short, we can't have fireflies because they're poisonous to frogs, but we can have mystical connections between air blocks. Again, another rant that we won't get into. Got so much junk. And I don't even have... Why did I open that? I didn't click that. Yeah, I mean, and there's different bugs too. Like, for example, if you have a sticky piston and you give a sticky piston a 1-tick pulse, then it will spit out the block. So it will actually push it out like a regular piston would. And then you can also pull it back if you 1-tick pulse it again on Java Edition. And that will basically make it to where it's like a double piston extender, but, or not so much a double piston extender, but it would be a good proper explanation of that. It long story short, makes stuff like T flip-flops and stuff very easy to do, very simple to do. But again, that's another bug, and again, because it's been adopted by the community for such a long time, it's certainly a bug that's probably here to stay, to be honest. But it's stuff like that that really makes it difficult for newer people to learn Redstone and how to do it. Bedrock Edition, the redstone is more... How should I explain this? Because I know that I'm going to get a load of crap as soon as I say that Bedrock Edition is more consistent. It's not more consistent. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth by any means. I think a better way of saying it is it's more consistent in the way that it works. No, that's definitely not true either. It's easier to understand. It works more logically than Java, just due to bugs and stuff like that. As far as Java Redstone goes, Java Redstone is much more reliable, especially whenever it comes to like observers and stuff like that. Observers are notoriously unreliable on both versions, but extremely unreliable on Bedrock Edition. And then the Java Edition has more logic for the redstone signals. So if you have a piston that is on a redstone line, and then you put another piston on the same redstone line, on Java Edition, the piston, it might be better just to build this to kind of portray what I'm trying to explain. So let's grab 2 of these. Yeah, hey, don't you ignite my creeper, man. He's right in the middle of my lift. So essentially on Bedrock Edition, whenever you power this entire line gets powered at the same time. And I know that sounds weird, but that's the way that it works on Bedrock, and I'll iterate deeper into that here in a minute. However, the pistons will randomly select which one's going to go first, because Bedrock Redstone. So like you can see, they both extend perfectly fine there. But on Java Edition, if you were to do this, then this piston would extend ever so slightly before this piston, and that's because this is closer to the redstone. Closer to the redstone source, I should say. So with Bedrock redstone, it is, and the reason why I say it's a lot more inefficient, or not inefficient, a lot more is unpredictable. Unpredictable is a very good word for it. Unpredictable, more unreliable, and you really have to have looser timings to account for the unpredictability of it, if that makes any kind of sense. So if I power this, you'll be able to see that that one pushed over, but if I power it again, you can see that it's totally random. There is no like one that should activate. If you did this on Java, this one would always activate first because it's closest to the redstone signal source. So it's stuff like that that I think a lot of players have trouble overcoming, and you have to learn how to build redstone contraptions keeping that in mind. It's like having observers. Observers can be done in a way that they are extremely reliable, but a lot of the ways that you can do observers are also extremely unreliable, if that makes sense. Iron Knight says, don't start with the frogs and fireflies. Yeah, Iron Knight's he's a typical member of my streams, so he's heard it all before. Now let me do I have any granite? Many mobs in my hole. That sounds dirty. Well, hi, pal.
Hey, hang on. Better turn down volume here. Oops, I gotta get my headphones on. Oh, jeez.
The hopper dropper T flip flop, I would not recommend ever using that. It is extremely unreliable.
That's the one I use.
That's the one you use?
I think I got it in my little bubble baiter.
I gotta turn you up. I can hardly hear you.
I gotta fix that thing. I wonder if that's me.
I don't know. How's Moss sound, chat? Can you guys hear him
Usually
okay?
you don't have any problem here.
Yeah, loudmouth. Just kidding. Hey, you don't happen to have a repeater on you, do you?
Yes.
I gotta restock my my box here.
See, look at this, Mr. Organized here.
I typically only have my redstone chest organized, and then everything else
How many you need?
is like a hot dumpster fire. Just one.
There you go.
Thanks, pal.
I don't know why.
I'll give them right back to you.
I don't know why I have glowstone in there.
Oh, is that yours? Oh, hold on. I just took all yours. Oops.
Yeah, thanks for... Yeah.
Oh, man. That was good.
I only need one, and I'm like, wait a minute, you took all but one.
Well, I thought that you put all inside of mine, and then I realized that I was reaching into your box and not mine. Okay, it says that Moss, you're a little on the...
to my box, please?
Okay, turn the music down a little. Moss is a little on the quiet side. Okay. We'll
Oh, I could turn me up.
Please don't make Moss turn himself up. Okay, main audio. Let me go into voicecraft and turn you up.
You probably turned me down on voicecraft on purpose.
Okay, is that better, chat?
I don't know. Is it better, chat? Better, chat.
So I think the one that you're probably
More better, chat.
actually yeah, that's not gonna work because I'm a dummy. Don't mind me. I'm new to redstone.
Anyways, a creeper exploded on me up there. Bad things happen.
It did. Where?
One of the platforms. Luckily, it wasn't like anything major, but it did take out a couple granite bricks and.
Yeah, that was the one that I was worried about.
Sorry.
Did you at least fix it?
I tried. I don't have enough granite inside. What else is what other materials is that?
There should be granite up there inside of the chest. Not quite sure.
The chest?
Yeah, inside of the shulkers up there.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it.
So I'm thinking the T flip-flop that you're probably talking about is this one here, which is extremely unreliable. It really needs to have a there we go.
Mine is actually three droppers and a hopper.
3 dropper, yeah. You can do that and keep it from shooting out of the end, but I mean it's pretty much the same way. It's just
work okay.
More expensive. It does. But whenever it seems like it works great like this, but whenever you remote power it, it just doesn't work right. I've had so much trouble using that one, and then I have changed to this design. And actually, do got more repeaters. I'm going to need more.
I'm gonna start calling you RS Forget.
Right.
I may need.
That'll work. Thanks, pal.
No problem. I'll just steal it from your shop later.
I'm sure.
If there's any even in there.
Probably not. So this one is a little bit more bulky, but it is a whole lot more reliable. And you basically have it to where it's timed on the delay of this torch, and then the 8 redstone ticks that it takes for, well actually that'd be what, 10 redstone ticks that it takes to go around. And then it would basically go around, lock the repeater like that, and then you would hit it again, and then it would unlock the repeater, and then lock, and then unlock the repeater. With stuff like this though, it's very important that you use the proper signal strength. So for example, I'm using a stone button here, but a wooden button would have a longer pulse that would go into it, which could cause this to not lock at the same time that it needs to, and cause it to loop around the system, if that makes sense. But this is a very reliable design here. It's very simple and easy to build. It's just kind of a little on the bigger side, but it works very well. Yeah. And it works very well for remote applications as well. Oh, let me give you these back. Was there anything else that
a box
that I stole from you?
No. Oh, but I believe these belong to you.
I don't want.
It was your skeleton.
Nope.
It was your skeleton. It was your skeleton I killed. Therefore, those are yours now. And that bone.
I feel like this is organized wrong, and I can't remember how I had it because Moss came in and just unorganized my entire box.
No, I didn't.
You did.
That was many weeks ago.
And I still haven't fixed it.
Well, that's your fault.
It's not my fault. I would have never had to reorganize it if you didn't mess it up.
Well, if you'd learned to fix things right away.
But I would have to, like, remember how all that was. And the second that you scrambled it all, the second I forgot it all.
Anyways, which shulkers are you talking about? I'm gonna throw these down the abyss.
They're up directly underneath the crane. And
by the way, that
it is dark, so don't blow up anything else.
And by the way, you're welcome for me killing that skeleton for you.
What skeleton?
One of the ones that was on the platform after the creeper blew me up.
Oh, that was my buddy. He wasn't harming nobody. He's just hanging out.
He's dead now. He's your ex-buddy now.
Observer post updates. Yeah. It's okay. I killed your wandering trader buddy, so it's fine.
They're not my buddies. Everybody knows that. They're nobody's buddies. Where are these shulkers at again?
Directly underneath the crane.
Oh, okay. Is it dark out? Oh, it is dark out. Oh. Jeez, come on, man. Really? Creeper?
Let me get some fence gates.
That time I was prepared for it. Alright, let's see. Where's,
something that I feel is not used enough is definitely ice. So many people don't use ice, and I've been guilty of being one of those people, but it just makes sense, like carrying around the ice, the regular ice, and then whenever you place it and break it, you get water instead of having to deal with like empty buckets. Unless you want to waterlog something, there's no need to carry it, in my opinion.
Do I need any of the... What are these? Are those red sandstone walls? Because it got a couple of those, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe and just go down here. The thing about it being a 9x9 is it's going to be hard to make this even. But it is what it is. Let's do that. I guess for now we'll place that back in, place these in. Or we'll do a cool design with them.
Really?
For no apparent reason.
Anything but the red sandstone?
If there's not any there, then there's probably some over at the city hall.
Oh, okay. I need to sleep. Hey, where did my... Uh-oh. Where'd my bed go? I had a bed. Did I leave that at Gigi's farm? There are way too many mobs here.
Dig a little bit of room out here. I can shove a trident killer down here.
I swear now that zombies like light on fire, it can light you on fire from
That's
them
so
being
annoying.
on fire. Oof.
Some of the stuff that they do really perturbs me. Like, it's annoying, but I understand why, because it makes sense. Okay. That's totally fine. I'm glad that it makes sense. If somebody's on fire, I can get caught on fire.
Now, if I'm on fire,
but then
can
you
they
make
catch
it
on fire?
where the campfire can't catch you on fire. Like, that's Minecraft logic that just drives me up the wall. I'm like, why? Like, you're like, do some kind of consistency, please. Something consistent. Well, that didn't work.
Okay. Is it going to be the very last shulker box that I find the red sandstone, or am I not going to find it at all?
Oh, the red sandstone?
Yeah. Look, I'm trying to fix your stuff here, but if you don't have the materials, then...
Well, I had the materials before you blew them into oblivion.
Well, you should have extra materials. I'm on the server.
I don't anticipate a moss coming along, but you know, now come to think about it, I probably should.
Yes.
No, we're both
Yeah,
sleeping.
see? Therefore, it's your fault.
Yeah. I'm married, dude. There's nothing that you can say that'll faze me. Don't tell her I said that.
Well, I'm married too. So.
You act like saying your fault frightens me.
Yeah, you ain't like you got a leg up on me, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Dude, what's that spider doing over there? The hokey pokey?
Yep.
He's like, put your right leg in, and your right number 3 leg in, and your right number 4 leg in, and your right. Okay, I'll stop. Yep, I was hoping that there would be some in there.
You know what's an underrated decorative block is Anvil.
Anvil?
Yeah.
You know what they're great for?
Used one in a while. Well, I know what they're great for.
Smashing people's faces.
Yeah. Or, you know, launching about, you know, a couple hundred of them at Puggy's.
Did that ever, like, get out on a short? Did you ever make a short out of that?
Yeah.
Is that TNT cannon still over here?
Kind of. It's like not really.
Oh, you tore down most of it.
Yeah. Well, I was moving it. Remember, I was gonna move it to a better spot, and then it ended. Yeah.
Yeah. So Moss was over here, and he started building this, and I kept on flying around because I was working on the factory.
I built it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you built it, and I was flying around working on the factory, and like I kept having like anvils whiz past my face, and I'm like, I understand that Minecraft's buggy sometimes, but what in the heck is going on? I'm like, oh well, maybe it's just a bug or visual bug or whatever. And then I'm like flying around again, and whoosh, there goes another one. What in the world is going on? I'm like, there's got to be something going on. And then I'm like, okay, well, maybe if I wait and watch, I'll be able to see if there's another one coming. Like, waiting and watching. And then whoosh, there goes another one. And I'm like, you know what? They're all coming from the same direction. Let me go that way and see if I find the source of where those are coming from. And then whenever I got on this side of the factory, there was like a whole shot shatter of anvils here. And like a bunch of them like piled up like on the wall line here, and I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, this has to be Moss related. So I fly back towards Moss's base, and I find him over there with a TNT cannon launching those things. And then I ended up adding a little secondary piston on it to where we could make it like semi-automatic. That way you didn't have to launch it. So we basically just stacked a big pile of anvils, and then all we had to do was hit the button, and we just launch them one after another. And
yeah, but the best part was because in between where we were firing them and the destination, it wasn't getting loaded.
Yeah.
So we'd end up flying over, and then all of a sudden a bunch of anvils would just start falling from the sky.
Oh yeah. But they were I think he did it on a test server first, to where
yeah, I did.
He went and like he perfectly mapped out where he knew Puggy was going to be building the shop, and he did it in such a way that he allowed for clearance to go over my factory. Well, for the most part, I mean, some of those went over there, and Puggy's over here live streaming, building his little like his little mountain shop, and he's like trying his best just to ignore all of the anvils that are just like piling around him.
Well, he's like, where are these anvils coming from? Because it's not like they would like, you know, they would slow fall. It's like you'd like turn around and all of a sudden you hear dunk, and you like turn around and there's an anvil.
Well, it actually worked out great because whenever I was over here working on the factory, I was loading this chunk, so there was no unloaded chunks between us, unless I moved. And then that's what happened was I went over there to Moss, which made this area unloaded. You know, hindsight, if I knew that it wouldn't have been loaded, I would have just logged my my cam account on to load this area. But yeah, so they would basically get stored inside of those unloaded chunks, and we would shoot like 20 or 30 of them into that unloaded chunk, and then we would fly over and they would all load at once and all like It was like a shotgun blast of anvils that went and like surrounded Buckee. It was great. Moss has I think Moss has a short of that. If you go on his channel and check it out, I'm pretty sure there's a short. Okay, so that's cool. Just flaps my perfectly fine Elytra and take damage mid-flight. Play Bedrock, they said.
I am once again asking for your sandstone.
That's what I was looking for, but I don't know where it's at. At this point, it might be better just to go out to the mesa and get some.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that.
I mean, it's really close to you, at least.
Oh. Smacking into the wall. Oh, now I'm trapped. Great. Let's see if I could get out of the factory without dying.
I don't think that I have any in here.
There we go.
That would be too easy.
I'll just go through the tree of wisdom. Ow.
What's that the B-dubs calls the tree? The tree of whimsy?
The tree of whimsy.
He's such a character. I love B-dubs. Yeah, if you ever want to do tutorials that you know will do really well on YouTube, make trolling tutorials. Tutorials on how to troll people, even if it's using like a bug or a glitch or something, because those always do super well. Like if you did one like making a TNT cannon like that, that would probably do really well.
Blowing up RS.
Yeah, that too.
Those ones did really well for me.
Or like that time that I spawned the wither in GG space accidentally. Accidentally.
Accidentally.
Yeah, that was yeah, we don't talk about that. Yeah, and okay, so spoilers. Y'all are gonna see this on this upcoming episode. And I don't think that Gigi knew that it was me. I think that she has this feeling that it was me, but I don't think that she knows that it was me. I put a bunch of hoglins inside of her base. And if you're not familiar with the server, we have some add-ons for like quality of life. And one of those add-ons is we have a API that connects our live in-game chat to a live in-game chat channel on Discord. So we can type in Discord and it will pop up blue in-game coming from Discord. And then whatever we type in-game, you can read on Discord. It's really cool. It's called Bridge if you're interested in that. However, I had a brain fart, or I should say my brain completely crapped itself. Because I knew, whenever the Hoglins or the Zoglins killed an entity that was named, it puts it up in chat. Hey D-Dev, welcome in. Yeah, so I filled her base full of Hoglins, or not Hoglins, but they converted whenever they got to the overworld, of course, so then they turned into Zoglins. And then it posted to the Discord, it's like, Gigi, your cat was killed, name this, or Gigi, your dog was killed, name this. And I'm like, uh-oh. And like 2 seconds later, she types on the Discord and she's like, how are there Zoglins in my base? And 2 seconds later, she logs on and I'm like, okay, time to go. But I feel horrible because I didn't think that it would kill any of her animals, and I didn't even honestly think about any of her animals being in her base. Because Zoglins are like, they're like,
because you didn't
totally
think.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Their Zoglins are like almost like Ravagers, where they're affixed on just destroying everything. So yeah, they killed all of her animals, and I feel bad. I need to help her get her little buddies back and name them, maybe like version 2.0 or something. But then it's kind of like when like somebody loses their cat and then you get them a new cat and they're like, I don't want this cat, I want my old cat. Yeah, I felt bad, to be honest. I felt worse from that than I did when I spawned the Wither in her base, to be fair. To be fair.
I thought the skeletons was really good. Probably some of the best best Project Bedrock content.
The skeletons, yeah. Skeletons were good.
Because they all had your head. She has one like saved with your head at your base somewhere.
Yeah.
At her base.
So, who is the OGs in chat to where you saw back in the beginning of Project Bedrock? Myself and Gigi, we loaded C Monstero's base full of gas and spent several hours making a gas farm and transferring them over into the overworld.
That was hilarious.
And we put like, I think there was like 30 or 40 or maybe even 50 gas inside of his base. And then basically made a tunnel all the way down to Bedrock. That way you couldn't hear him. And then whenever he opened up a chest, it activated it and basically broke out a false floor, and then gas went all over the place. Yeah, it was great. But it was funny because what put that into action was he was in the shopping district and he had a sign out that he was looking for gas tiers.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I'm like, don't worry, buddy. I got you covered. I got you covered. I'll get you your gas tiers for you.
That was like me when, Puggy said he liked delays, so I gave him all of mine, plus about 70 or 80 more.
Yeah, so, duly noted. Don't ever say that you like anything on the Project Bedrock server, because if you like it, you're going to get a lot of it. Wait a minute. No, I take that back. I like diamonds. I really like diamonds. You hear me, Moss? I like diamonds.
Well, go mine them then.
No, that's not how this is supposed to work.
No. What ends up happening is I misinterpret that, and then I put a bunch of creepers in your base.
Great.
Then you're like, oh, well, how did that happen? Well, you said you like diamonds, so I give you a bunch of creepers for gunpowder so you can blast out holes to get diamonds. I don't know. It makes sense to me.
Made sense to me.
Let's see. How do you make
Did you get your you get all of your Bedrock and everything working good, D-Dev? I dropped a new stream yesterday, but I ended up having to jump out real quick almost immediately after getting in there. So if you replied to me, I never got a chance to actually see it.
Dude, there are so many mobs here.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to have enough materials to build this, but we'll see. Actually, with the repeaters, I'm definitely going to need repeaters.
Here's
How
our
many,
making complicated redstone, but can't mob-proof his base or his area.
Can't what proof? I don't
Or
understand what you're
space.
saying. No hablo español mob proof. I think that's Spanish for I don't know how to.
Yeah. You're like me. You know how to butcher many languages.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I butcher my native language of English. So everything after that, I'm naturally going to butcher. I'm pretty good at sign language though, although I only know one thing, which sometimes is used while driving.
Yeah. You're speaking my language. I was like, I know how to curse in like 6 different languages.
Yeah, it's typically followed up by a sit and spin. Sunflower says, I give one of my server mates so much crap because I get attacked every time I go into his base. What do you get attacked by? EDF says, yeah, I was actually able to run the Android version of Bedrock on Linux using a launcher. I found it works amazingly. I thought it would be laggy, but it runs awesome. Is it like a native Mojang launcher?
No.
What are you trying to sing? The Corrales song? Okay, those. We need some stone.
I totally missed the platform. That's what's gonna make this hard. Maybe I just do this. Okay.
Hi, Moss.
Trying to find the platform that I messed up. Oh, there it is. And I'll give you these extra walls that I have, so that way if something like this happens again.
You mean next time you come by?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at that though. Your the stonecutter didn't get blown up. That's amazing. Oh, and of course I grabbed the wrong slab. I grabbed the polish. Oh, you know what?
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, but you know what? I have regular granite here. We could fix it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Hoglins would go through his portal. Oh, I think I come off on the wrong floor. Because the Hoglins, they can be actually kind of difficult to get through there. Oh, you blew up the wall too. Jeez. Why we can't have nice things? Can't have nice things.
Is this a full block right there?
There's a stair. If you're talking about the one that's closest to the wall, just look directly above you. You'll be able to see it.
Oh yeah, duh. Okay, so I'll have to make a stair. Give me that back. That's mine.
I'm assuming that he could on Linux. I run BlueStacks to run my Android version, which is my cam account. I mean,
is that right?
It works. It's not ideal, but it does work. And because I'm recording time lapses, I don't know if I would feel comfortable recording like in-game footage on it, but time lapses it works fine because it's so sped up. Yeah, that's good that they made a launcher. That's pretty cool. I guess probably a lot of people ran into that. It's actually surprising that it's not like, you would think it'd be the other way around. You would think that Java wouldn't have that functionality, but you would think that Bedrock would be the one that would actually be available on Linux. That's really strange.
Just have my stuff back.
Yeah, I didn't mind buying the Android version because it's something like $8, I think. Or might even be cheaper than that now, I don't know. Okay, so let's see if we can do some of these. Beautiful.
Yeah, both the Android and the iOS. Because I have an iPhone and an Android.
I'm sorry.
I prefer the iPhone. But I am by no means like a Mac person. I have been for many years. I did have an Apple II Plus though. That was my first computer. Just
old school.
Just gave away my age.
Right. Yeah, Apple was really popular with like those all-in-ones. I remember whenever I started school, we had them, and like running DOS and stuff, and just
like the Apple. I think it was the Apple IIc or something like that. Was the first one that was like the closest thing to a Mac, like the first computer with a mouse.
Yeah, and a floppy drive.
My second computer was an 8086.
Kids nowadays was like, "What'd you just say? A floppy what?" Yep.
Oh yeah, there was no internal memory or no internal drive. It was just floppy disk, and I think I had like 4K of RAM or something.
Yeah,
a lot then.
K's and kilobytes. And the thing that's funny is, it literally took a hard drive that's double the size of a traditional spinner drive to accomplish that. It's crazy.
I probably shouldn't be down here.
That's fine. It's pretty much spawn proofed in here.
Oh, good. I'm glad you put water there because now I don't have to fly out and bash my face in.
I need to get some coal. I also need to find a better way out of here because these trapdoors make it very difficult. Or, fence gates, rather.
Oh, here's where I can put your extra material. There you go. You're welcome. There's some extra walls for you. I'm still trying.
Yeah, I
to figure
paid
out
$6.99. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad compared to like the original version of Minecraft. Let's see if I can't find some coal. Coal real quick to make some torches. Are you on both accounts?
What?
Talking to D-Dev.
Oh.
Or is that sign on the other one? Sunflower says I had a Commodore 64.
I still have 6 of those, but I pulled the SID chips out of them. Don't ask. I do things.
Think yeah. It's Moss's logic.
Well, I pulled the SID chips out of it to make a synthesizer. Because those are actual synthesizer chips. Yeah, those are actual synthesizers in a chip.
Huh.
It's a thing. Well, that was before, like, you know, actually having wave files and stuff like that. They had. That's why everything, you know, the 8-bit sounds and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could hook up a controller to them, and then you can control the internal settings on them. And control it like a synthesizer. It's an instrument. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's over my head with like the audio.
Yeah, it's how
stuff.
I learned. It's how I learned a lot of like about electronics and stuff, because I got into like circuit bending, and then I got into actual building, like, you know, small synthesizer circuits to modulars and all sorts of stuff. So
yeah, mine was
got around to building my modular.
Mine was mainly fixing it. I would go and get like those big old I call them flat screens, and they were like the flat screens for their day, but they were the big projector TVs that had the 3 projectors in them. I would fix those. I'd grab them off the side of the road and either put ICs in them or change out the coolant fluid inside of the projectors, and it'd be an easy 50 to 100 bucks I'll turn around and sell them for, just by a quick solder job if the ICs went bad, or the projector fluid I used to keep on hand. Because the projector fluid would only, it would fog up. So if you ever saw one of those old projector TVs and it looked like the picture had a glow to it, like a halo, it was because the fluid that is used to cool the projector grows algae inside. However, there's only 2 colors, because there's red, green, blue. There's only 2 colors that grow the algae. And if I remember right, I think it was the red that does not grow the algae. But the green and the blue will grow the algae.
Which makes sense.
Oh, I see. No, I was referring to an internal circuit, which is like an IC chip, which is, but yeah. It's funny how
I see. I see.
I see. Reminds me of that song from the early 2000s.
Speaking of ices, now you got me on another tangent. We got a place called EG's out here that have like ices, but to the nth degree. They actually use like real fruit, and they're the most amazing things. I'll never drink an icy again.
Yeah, we used to have a place called Little Drug Co. here in the town that I'm at, and they would have like the homemade slushies and like homemade cherry sodas and stuff, and like the cherry soda would have like actual maraschino cherries floating in it. Really good.
It's usually those places that had the thrifty ice cream too. Do you remember the thrifty ice cream, or did you have that out there?
Thrifty ice cream.
Yeah.
Trying to think of the name of the one that we had.
The scoops were cylinder. It was the most weirdest looking thing. Like, you knew people had a thrifty ice cream because of the way they were shaped. Because they weren't shaped like a regular scooper. They were like a perfect cylinder.
Interesting. No, I've never seen that.
Yes. But like all the drugstores that we had here had like thrifty ice cream. Because, you know, when kids go to buy drugs, they need their ice cream too.
Yeah, it was a shame because the place that this happened was family owned and operated, and they've owned it since I think like the 50s. And then they ended up getting an employee in that was an accountant, and they basically stole all the money, and it was so much money that they stole from them that they could not offset the difference, and they had to file bankruptcy and close the doors.
That's horrible. Oh my goodness, look at all the mobs. You got slimes, you got all sorts of goodies down here.
Welcome back, Renee.
Hey, Renee.
Let me catch up on chat real quick. Stella says my first ever computer was a Windows XP computer that I got from my parents. I think my very first computer was the very first one that I actually owned instead of used, because like the DOS and stuff I used in school. But my first one was a Windows 95, and then I went through that and ended up doing the Windows 98 second edition, Millennium edition, all of the predecessors that were god awful.
3.5 is it 3.5? I thought it was 2.5. Maybe it was 3.5. Sorry, I was reading that. I know, like the old, like the one that I had, those were like 5 1/4.
On what?
Apple II Plus, like that's early days. On my Apple II Plus.
On what, the hard drive disk?
Yeah, so no, not hard drive. Those were the floppies.
Oh yeah, the big floppies. Yeah, I think they were 5 1/4.
5 1/4.
Yeah.
Before that, they used to be like the size of like. Do you remember the what are those called? The old video discs. I can't remember what they're called.
8-track?
But they were like
no, not 8-track.
No. They were discs, but they were video and they were huge. They were like, I would say they were like close to 8 inches or something like that, or maybe eight. Yeah, about 8 inches probably.
No, that was probably before my time.
Maybe even bigger than that. They looked like a record, but they were a silver disc, and they were called like I can't remember what they're called. I thought they're called like video discs or something like that. It was even before CDs.
Yeah.
It might have been around the time of CDs, but it was very early CD age.
Now it wasn't like
way before DVDs.
It wasn't like a record, like a 45 or anything, or 27.
No. Like the size of an LP.
Huh. Sunflower says Laserdisc.
Laserdisc, thank you. Yep, that's them.
Yeah, Ruth says Laserdisc as well. I don't remember that, no. Maybe if I saw one, I would. But I was very young whenever I got into all this stuff, so, I mean, it's hard to say.
And that would have been, so it was like, I think they're trying to, because VHS and well, they had like Betamax then, were just absolutely terrible. But it was what we had. Oh, hi Piggy, where'd you come from?
Yeah, but that was state of the art back then. I mean, some of my best memories was going to Blockbuster and getting some like VHS tapes and stuff. Some of my worst memories was having VHS tapes, and then you go to rewind it, and then your tape gets ate. I had a first edition Lion King, and it got gobbled up by my VCR.
Or they get magnetized just like cassette tapes.
Yeah,
because it's all magnetic particles on a disc. They're so volatile that all the time, like all of my cassettes would end up, because the heads on the players would even become magnetized after so much use. Like all these magnetic particles that are transferring onto, eventually your heads become magnetized. So when you go to play a cassette, like it'll end up magnetizing your tape, and then you get that woof 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 sound, like
right.
Wow and flutter, kind of like on a
oh, I didn't mean to do that.
On a warped album. Yeah, we're old as dirt. But some of that stuff, like seeing what was to come, it was cool seeing that stuff.
Geez. You know? Come on.
All right, I'm gonna head back to my base. I gotta get ready to get.
Alrighty. Yeah, I was planning on doing a short stream today, but then I got rambling on.
Yep. You can blame it on me. It's okay. Everybody else does.
Let me catch up on chat real quick. The VHS finally back. Twice. Phone calls. Let me take a scroll up here.
Phone calls.
Bruce, I was playing on console. I play on Realm with a buddy of mine, and I found out you can actually add a guest on the same console for split screen to AFK or to use as a chunk loader. Probably old news. Yeah, I watch my kids play on it now. Now they're like at the age where they're obsessed with Minecraft. Sunflower, oh my god, when or OMG, when Mr. S had to convince me that the 3.5mm plastic disc went floppy drives, not hard drives. I had not wrapped my head around that. Yeah, that was definitely a different time period. I remember having like Oregon Trail and stuff on there. It's so much fun.
I played that thing for so long.
Yeah, I don't think I ever got past like, what was it, the fourth level or fifth level? I can't remember.
I can't even remember. Before that, it was
it's kind of like playing ET on Atari. Does anybody ever beat it?
Oh jeez. No, we before that on the Apple we had the Infocom games, which was like Zork, the Zork series, so Zork 1, 2, and 3, and then there's a few others, and then the other one I liked was Wizardry, which was like a D&D game.
Yeah. I also think I read somewhere the C++ isn't really portable. That's why they don't have Linux versions, but Java has Linux version. Yeah, I don't know enough about the C++ to really comment on that. It's hard to say. I know that C++ has like a lot of RAM allocation and stuff that might not like intertwine with their operating system without like some additional code that goes into it, but it's hard to say going between that type of stuff. Why they don't have Linux version, but Java, yeah, that's what doesn't really make any sense to me though. Especially because the C language is mostly universal. I mean, that's pretty much what most all of your games are wrote in, most of it, or nowadays. Some variants of the C language, whether it be C, C#, C+. Renee says back finally. I despise surprise conference calls. Yeah, I could only imagine. Blockbusters, good memories. I was so happy when Netflix came along. Who's old enough to remember Netflix DVD in the red envelopes? Yeah, yep. I never really got into all the mailing stuff. That kind of pushed it past the amount of work that I wanted to do. I don't know.
I think it was them. I think it was them. They did games at one point in time, or maybe it was GameFly. One of them was I was doing games though like crazy for like I think at the time I had a PS, maybe it might have been a PS2, either PS2 or PS3, but I chipped it. Shh.
Renee says push button channel selectors on the cable box old. All right, let me get a drink.
All right, I'm out of here. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Bye, chat.
Alrighty, we'll see you. Thanks for hanging.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna grab a drink really quick. With my health problems, my mouth doesn't produce enough liquid, especially whenever I'm talking a lot, and then it sticks together and makes it where I can't pronunciate certain words. So, let me grab a drink. That way I can actually talk. I'll be right back. Ah, that's better. Lurking though, all right. Well, enjoy your lurk. I appreciate it. Renee says, remember renting a VCR with your movies because buying a VCR was just too expensive. Yeah, nowadays they're like, what's a VCR? It seemed like those dual stage combo VCRs lived on forever though. Seemed like everybody had one of those things. But now we're kind of like where CDs are. CDs have kind of taken the place as VCRs. Everything's streaming and digital now. Do I have any? Yes, I do have tough. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough hoppers. I have to go up and craft some more. Might have to go and craft some more. This probably won't produce enough that I'm gonna have to make like a crazy output system on it. Probably just a standard will do us just fine. And I think I want to go with that way. Let me maybe this corner here. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, we'll go with that. Probably no need for it to be dual hopper speed or anything fancy like that. I think I used all my wood. I see Redbox occasionally, not as much as I used to though. Yeah, I used to rent a bunch of movies from Redbox, but nowadays I just have so much that's available just on the TV apps that I just don't ever need it. Don't ever need it. Yeah, the sponsorship deal with Dubby, I never really pushed that because I have not personally tried their product and I don't want to push a product that I don't really believe in. So I put that up there just for like if anybody wanted to and help me out, and like if they're into energy drinks then they could check it out. I personally don't, like I said, I personally have never tried any of their stuff, so I don't know if it's good or not. What I can tell you is that it's California based and it is supposed to be free of like a bunch of different harmful chemicals, and supposed to use like a lot of natural supplements instead of like all of the crazy stuff that they typically add to energy drinks. What am I looking for? I need some hoppers. I'm gonna need to do some chests. And then let's grab some iron. Tasaya, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome to the stream. Stella says, pretty sure we still have those dual VCR DVD things, LOL. Yeah, I think a lot of people still have those. We were too poor to actually buy anything else, so my parents kept it even though we got all the streaming stuff and more popular. Well, yeah, that, and a lot of people have accumulated such a large amount of like DVDs or VCR tapes too, so getting rid of that would mean that you would have to get rid of like all the other stuff. Or I mean, you wouldn't have to, but I mean, it can't be pointless to keep without one. So yeah, I could definitely get that. I was very poor growing up as well, so I could totally regret, or totally relate to that. Yeah, not regret. Then somehow I grew up and I'm still poor. So I totally know what you mean. Is the T silent on that and it's just Saya? Saya? All right, back to the Trident Killer. We are on the latest stable release. We're not on the preview at all. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to make some fence gates. Or not fence gates, but actual fences. So I wasn't aware that one dropped today. I have not yet updated. We're on 1.20.32, I believe. I just double check chat, make sure I didn't miss anything, guys. Feel free if I ever skip over anything and I miss what you said, just retype it in chat. Not a big deal. The stream has been live for offline. Well, that's good to know. And apparently it's not working correctly, like most of Streamlabs stuff. Cloudbot fail. That's not good. What if they changed in 1.20? Have they did any actual decent bug fixes? I've converted all of my VCR tapes and DVDs to digital. Now I'm working on taking all of the family LPs and converting them to lossless digital. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea, especially if they're sentimental to you. I don't know. It's just so nostalgic. Like, remember, especially like with the VCRs, like just remembering like the commercial announcer in the beginning of it. It's like he covered the same like commercials for years and years and years. He's like, coming soon to VCR. What was it? Coming soon to something in video. It wasn't cassette and video. I can't remember what he said. Finally, they fixed the water bucket bug. Oh yeah, that was the one to where it has like a cooldown between being able to place the water. Oh, we're gonna need a hopper minecart too. And a rail. I need my rail box. Which of course is up top. Probably be easier just to go up there and grab it. Although I don't think I have a hopper minecart in there. Have they fixed any of the other bugs that we've been dealing with lately? Like dying going through a nether portal, or teleporting across the world going through a nether portal. Oh yeah. Rails. Yeah, there it is. I guess that will have to work. Starting to run out of food. Let's get rid of this and hopper minecart, or a minecart and a hopper minecart, I should say. And darn it, I never did my fences. One thing that I went up there for. Get everything else, I swear. Falling in a boat now negates all fall damage. That's good, because that was an annoying bug. Especially like if you were trying to transport villagers or something in a boat. It was always so bad. Instead of throwing this on the ground, just throw all this in here. Like, come on, we're almost to our destination, and then you like hit one small bump and then like finish off your villager. Ridiculous. Yeah, Bedrock, we call it bug rock. We call it bug rock. Okay, before I go back down there, guys, don't let me go down there without making fences. I just need 2 of them. There, that's all we needed. All right. The chances of me being able to, yeah, there we go. That's got to be one of the biggest game-changing things, is being able to actually fly in Minecraft, or not fly, but crawl in Minecraft. It's makes such a big difference, especially with like designing redstone circuits and stuff, because normally I would have had to like break all this and then push it and then replace it all. It's amazing. Really amazing. So that's good. Let's get our staging system set up for this. Did I point that the right way? I don't think I pointed that the right way. Definitely did not point that the right way. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Which one? Okay, went into that one. That one there. Redstone dust there. That should tick it. That should not interfere. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's going to double power. Okay. I'll just move it under here, and that'll fix it. And then we can just route those down and around, and ultimately make us use one more hopper, but not too big of a deal, I suppose. That's another thing that needs to be fixed, is like the cursor. Like, no, I'm not clicking on that. I was like trying to place down cauldrons. I was trying to do that on my lava farm tutorial that I released. Then I had such a difficult time because like even pointing at the face of the block here, it was selecting the face of the block on this side. It was ridiculous. Oh, let's see. And catch up on chat here. It was not technically a Bedrock feature, but I do believe it was a console feature back before they turned console edition into Bedrock. And then whenever they did that conversion, I think that's when the change took place. I don't think the boat thing was ever on. Oh, yeah, I just read that. The piston bug and the Android game controller block place bug will be the end of me. Yeah, I'm assuming that wasn't fixed. Sunflower, the only reason I knew about the boat thing was because I was a Java player, told my Bedrock friend and she'd be fine, and then she died on stream. Oh man. And then you're like, oops. Well, on Java it works. That awkward moment. Wonder if the Elytra jump bug is fixed. I doubt it. That bug is like reintroduced every other time that they change something. I think that that's the center of a lot of bugs, which is like a hitbox issue. Let me dig this one a little deeper so it doesn't overflow. They added a new sound when you hold a temp a cat while holding a fish. Cool, that's just what I wanted them to fix, was hearing a sound whenever the cat wants his fish. I'm glad that that was priority over, you know, fixing game breaking bugs. Respawn radius is 10 by default and now instead of 5. Interesting. Items and water stream sounds need to be fixed ASAP. Yeah, I know that drives a bunch of people like batty. But we can't have the munching sound when breeding cows. That would be pretty cool, not gonna lie. We demand the munching sound. Protest. Meh. Is it the right way? Yes. Now 4 tick delay. This. And then we're gonna need this here with a button too, so it doesn't lock that hopper. I remember how to build this. Trying to remember how to build it off a brain. And that is not my strong suit. Yep. Already messed it up. We'll have to see how that goes. Why does that not feel right? Something about that just does not feel right. I need these for the pulse extender. I rarely have a need for this trident killer that I designed, so I don't really build it that often. Build it just enough to forget about it every time I need to build it. So that'll power that. Well, actually, is that going to... No, that'll be fine. I just want to say this was on a solid block. I don't remember there being a hopper here. Alright, let me stop OBS recording anyways. That's just been recording the top surface for like the past 2 hours. And then play a game called uh-oh, we're on the wrong one. Oh, I see. There we go. Yes, buttons. Let's do this one. No, it's gonna be, hold on guys, this one. Nope, not that one. This one. Nope. Nope. Yep, that's the one. That's the one that we want. Okay. So let's do ours built Trident Killer, and then we want the remote version. Sorry if that was loud, guys.
Truvia believes everyone deserves a little sweetness every day.
I don't want sweetness. I want to watch my video.
Without the
What's going on, guys? I'm Mark. Are you going to pay me for the video that I watch?
Come back to over here.
Did you get to
Waterlog this repeater here. Make sure that you do not bucket. We're going to waterlog this there here. We're going to waterlog this one here.
Oh, I forgot this one doesn't even have the that's why it looks so weird to me. Okay.
Flowing in this direction, which is going to flow.
Yeah, that would probably be, yeah. That's why it's so tall. Okay, let me look at the bottom of it. That's the problem that I'm having trouble remembering. The part that I'm having trouble remembering. Observers can be really good at making things compact, but like I said before, they can be reliable if they're used properly. And that's the reason why everything's skewed at the bottom here, is because I was not supposed to put in a hopper collection system. It's pretty comical having to watch my tutorial in order to rebuild the Trident Killer that I designed, but you know, you can only remember so much, especially with a little squirrel brain like mine. Okay, then we don't need that one either. Don't need that one either. And because they're going to be spitting out the top there, then we can bring our, what side do we want our dropper system on? Probably shouldn't have broken that. Oh, we don't need a dropper system because they're going out of the trapdoor. No worry, D-Dev. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate the lurk. So that one's there, so we need to probably pull it. Was I pulling it 180 degrees out? Okay, so I was powering that lower block there and then pulling it out on the other side. Okay, makes sense. Let me switch. Nope. There we go. So this one was getting blocks placed all over the place. And then power that one. Now these, I thought these were on a hopper. I thought that those lived on a hopper. Yes, they do live on a hopper. So then the only one that I really need is this one. That's going to be pulling a signal not from back here, so I'll be pulling a signal from over here, which will be 1, 2, 3. We'll check that. Beautiful. And then we can do our redstone line here. redstone. Am I misremembering? Because I'm wanting to say, the reason why I reroute that redstone line with a button is because it will lock the hopper, but I must have built another design that utilizes this drop-down system. Because if that were to have a hopper there, then that would not fit this design, which doesn't make sense. Okay, let me click. I'll catch up on chat in one moment, guys. Okay, I see. So I was intermingling two of my designs then. So it's not locking from the top down, it's locking from the bottom up. Read that. You have chat lag. Bruce says, RS, any thoughts on how to make a vertical switch for the Trident Killer? I've been trying everything, and I think either I'm just dumb or have a complete brain fart. It depends on what you mean by vertical switch. Are you talking about like for a witch farm where you would stretch a large vertical distance? If you are directly over top of it, you should be able to use Pixel Rift's design with the daylight sensors. That will work. Just look at Pixel Rift's channel with remote redstone or wireless redstone, and it should bring up that video. It's using daylight sensors, pushing a block over daylight sensors. It's a really ingenious design. You tried that, it won't work. If you are stretching long distances, then the easiest way to do that would just be using sticky piston, slime blocks, and redstone blocks at the end of it. Either that, or you could make it to where you had a T flip-flop at the bottom that would accept an item, and whenever an item flowed through, it would send a pulse to that T flip-flop and turn it on. And then whenever another item flowed through, it would send another pulse and turn it off. And then you could just have a dropper like this with a stair facing into it. That way the item consistently drops straight down out of it. And then just put that directly over top of the hopper, and that would work. The wall trick, unfortunately, does not work in Bedrock Edition, to the best of my knowledge. Last time I tried that, it was unfortunately Java only, unless they changed something and I missed it. Okay, this is wrong because that's for... Jeez, I'm breaking everything. This is wrong because that's for my other Trident Killer. Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, you know how it goes. Java gets all the good stuff. Let's put down a temporary block there. Yeah, the easiest way would be using the slime blocks and redstone and sticky pistons, but then that's not the most aesthetically pleasing. So I typically try to do stuff like that. But ideally, you would just have a dropper system, or a hopper system rather, with a comparator searching for an item and then drop one into here, and then whenever it comes through here, it would activate a T flip-flop. And then, are you familiar with how to do the droppers to where they drop them straight down with the stairs? I don't think I have a stair on me to show you. That's not right. That's better. This is the tedious part, trying to figure out which way to go, and I think I got it right the first time. Looks like it. Perfect. This one needs to have a block here. I think I'm building this thing for the first time again. And that would have that. And have a compare. That's not a comparator. Comparator. I don't have enough comparators. Okay, I guess I gotta lock this to keep it from spinning. Oh, maybe this one got it. So basically what I'm putting in is the pulsing circuit that's going to periodically stop the trident killer, and that's going to allow it to have enough time to dispense the items out before it starts back up again. Let me, I guess I'll get some stuff if I have it. No, I don't have it. Cool. Well, nobody else will be down here, so I'll just use this. There, okay. And then we're going to need more buttons. Oh, geez, come on. One of these days I'm gonna have to get another controller because this thing's got some serious stick drift. What can I get rid of? Like this. Don't need all that. Don't need the hopper minecart. Get 4 of these to hold the water in. And then the nice thing about having the ice is you don't have to go and make an infinite source pool unless you want to. I mean, you can always come here and then use 2 of them. That'd probably actually be the smarter thing to do. I don't know. I think ice is just overall OP. It's just not used enough. Not used enough. I just use a regular Xbox One controller. Nothing fancy. Oh, there's that bug that D-Dev was just talking about. You know, I just totally went auto program mode. I should not be waterlogging these yet, because there's actually some stairs that are going to need to be going in there. All right, so let's go up here. Oh no. Right there. Found it. What you get? Trapdoor, some stairs. Probably make a couple stairs, even though I know it's not the most efficient way of doing it. And then nice to have a wooden trapdoor. Throw this iron back in there. Don't need that anymore. Okay, we'll grab those. And we're going to want it to come out that direction, so this will be the hole that it comes out of. No, it can't come out of this hole. It's got to come out of the hole with the lever on it. I guess I should have put the lever facing that direction. Yeah, so it'll just come out of this one. And flood everything. That's cool. That's cool. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Just swimming. Wanted to go for a swim. It'll be really nice getting all of this junk out of my inventory. Let me go and do that now. Junk, junk, junk. The other junk's debatable. I guess I could technically turn those into sticks, and then that's one less thing I have to carry up. Bruce says, I'm looking for a wired. Check out Power A. PDP or Game Sire. They are solid controllers and affordable. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I mean, I really wouldn't be opposed to having a wired controller. I mean, I'm sitting at a computer, so I mean, it's not a big deal. Before I go back inside of my hole, do I need anything else? I need regular ice, or packed ice rather. Gonna need to make a bubble column, but I mean, that's not really a necessity right now. I'm just mainly wanting to get this done. And then we'll come back and like decorate it and everything. Kind of feel like I need to go back into these and just put like copper blocks, keep it all consistent. It's kind of being like a little lazy using copper because I didn't want to use it all, but I guess that's why I have it. Okay, that's going to be the output side. And then this side needs to be filled in. This is the perfect example as to why I always build off the floor. Then you run into stuff like that. So on this side, oh, I'm gonna have to use a copper stair for that, or else it's gonna bother me. Oh, I fell right back in the hole. Jeez. Sorry guys, it's my first day. First day playing Minecraft. First day. I'll get better. Just give me time. Just give me time. I need a little time. I'll just throw those out of there. It just feels so wrong making stairs with a crafting table. Okay, that's good. So the difference between these sides and the side like this is only this side has a block on either side of the repeater. And on this particular design, we have to waterlog this repeater, which you'll see here shortly. But because these other ones have to have redstone next to it, the water would actually wash out the redstone. And then what we're going to do is take this, and I can't. Oh, I can. Okay. Alrighty then. I didn't know that I could actually make it through that little gap. That is awesome. Let's see if we can't do this all in one. Probably not. Okay, there's one. Two. And the piston. Beautiful. So now all that water is going to flow right into this trapdoor, which is exactly what we want. Let's move this lever. It needs to go down here. On this block. And then do we have any items in here? Okay, so we need a, do we need a non-stackable? I'll power that. Oh, that's, yeah, that's not gonna work. That's backwards. What you get, built for trying to do something intelligent. So they need to go this way and then this way. That way this one will power this and then that will go into there. Before it was redirecting it, it wouldn't power that. I did not answer my own question though. Do I need... Isn't there... I could have sworn that there was a signal booster in there. A repeater. Yeah, there's not. All right, just to be safe, I'm going to throw in a non-stackable item. We'll just craft like a A quick, easy sword or something. Or a hoe. Probably need... I guess the shovel's a little cheaper. I ended up getting turned around. Whenever I made this hole, I thought that it was in that corner that was closest to the ladder. But apparently I was wrong. So this shovel's going to live in here. And then that's going to allow it to circulate around this big old bunch of fun. Now whenever that goes around, we should get a momentary stop on our trident killer. Just like so. And that momentary stop is just enough for that to allow the items to flow out. So I guess at this point, I'll block that off. We're going to need to add some ice here. And probably some glass. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, I'm on the opposite side again. I guess it's easy to get turned around. So we actually need to go this way. And then that should work. Hoppers. Pick these up. Fill that in. And I guess this side here, we'll just use that to elevate up out of here. All right, I'll put myself in a safe spot real quick and run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. All right. So I think that, yeah, I can see it down there. So maybe have it coming up over here. We'll just do that. I'm going to want some soul sand. Do I have the nether box with me? My ender chest. Yes, but it's empty. About the block box. Does that have anything in it? Project box. Maybe one of these. Full. Rue says power is nice because they are really good with customer service if anything goes wrong with the stick drift. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm not gonna have the blocks I need in there either. I need to go through my shulkers again. Yeah, that's one of the worst things with controllers, dealing with stick drift. If I can talk. Yeah, and I guess it really doesn't matter like which one you get. Of course, one's going to last longer. Oh, I should probably reiterate that statement. Like they'll all eventually get stick drift. It's just a matter of how long they'll last before it gets to that point, obviously. Oh, there's some moose. Think you're gonna get away. It ain't gonna work like that. Nope. Did I go down too deep? No, here's the first one. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'd be 6 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. It'd be 7 down. I have one I could send you, but the cable isn't working anymore, and they don't make that series anymore, so I can't get a replacement cable for it. It's a micro USB, but the bracket around the port. Oh, I gotcha. Doesn't work with the traditional micro USB cable. Yeah, like some type of proprietary. That's lame. I hate it when they do stuff like that. Oh, I have my redstone box I can get a button out of. These different break times are really messing with me. I'm gonna have to get used to them. And I guess at this point, I just need to go and grab some glass. Make it look semi-pretty. Glass box should have a bunch of tinted glass in it as well. Probably going to be a good idea for this. Tinted. You know what? Here's a better idea. Let's just take it with us. Like, see, the shulker boxes break so fast now. It's just like, you can't tap the button fast enough. You gotta, like, super tap it, or else it's just going to break everything. Pretty normal for you. Yeah, I guess that doesn't really sound bad if you consider that it's in his time zone, but in my time zone, all I saw was Adequate was on at like 4:30, and I'm like, man, you were up late. Like, no, it's really not that late. Time zones confuse me. So we would want to do like some tinted glass along here, and then of course fill in the other side there. Goes without saying. We actually got some deep slate. Now if I fill this like that, that should look the same as it naturally generated, right? Or does it have like an upside down texture? No, it's the same. Bruce says it's annoying, and on eBay it's half the price of what I paid for the controller itself. Yeah, that drives me batty. It's like taking advantage of the people that were loyal and bought their product. Alrighty then. Already got that down. I just need to do the glass. I should have grabbed that glass while I was up there, I guess. Cyan glass it is. Not like it's really going to be seen down here, but and these really don't need a button. I think just to be safe, I'm going to fully enclose this. And then we can waterlog this. Excuse me, sir. Sir, you're supposed to update. You're supposed to float this way. Let me update you. Oh, you're seriously not going to update? Did it? Oh, it like ghost placed it? Yeah, there we go. It like placed it, but yet it was still in the bucket. That was weird. Then one of my favorite things about ice. Of course, we need the non-silk touch. Doop. Makes it so easy. So easy. It's wonderful. Okay, I guess whatever blocks I use for this are going to end up in there anyways. I can just kind of go across and hope for the best. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Oh wait, I need to put some glass above your spawner. Hold on. I'll use this. What do you guys think about the new spawner? Ow. the new spawner, the new trial chambers. Now I just need a trident. That was probably a bad idea because now we're going to have like a whole bunch of them in there. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Free. Impaling, mending. Yeah, that's fine, and it'll only need one. And I'm not stealing, this is my shop. For those of you that don't know. Whoa! That was a lag spike. Oh, I blocked that one off. I forgot I blocked it off. Okay. So, yeah, there it is. You guys ever wonder why I go through a bunch of armor and always have it break? I still can't figure it out. Oh, you... Oh, I forgot. Okay. Well, you guys fight amongst yourselves, sir. Yep, looks good to me. It's my cue to leave. Okay. Oh, we gotta break that torch too, huh? Oh, that was quick. So, I mean, this now can be plumbed to wherever the, like, cobblestone generator and stuff's going to be. That way, all of the experience will actually come up through here and find their way to the person that is actually mending their tools. Yeah, it doesn't look like that light's affecting them at all. Let's look and make sure that our experience points go up. Now, this one, this Trident Killer, because it pulses, it will actually put out everything in a pulse. Oh, my level's not going to increase because I have mending and stuff on. Take that. Hopefully that water's not too loud for you guys. I know that's been a current issue. See if my level goes up a little. As long as it produces enough. Yeah, there it goes. As long as it produces enough to really just top off whatever tool I'm mining with. I mean, even if it doesn't like totally heal it, it's fine. But ultimately what's going to happen is there's going to be sorters down below to basically get all the junk out of there. And then all of the stuff that I want to keep will go, whoa, probably up to the top to be sold. And then all of the experience points will then go to the player mining, and then we'll be able to do the cobblestone, stone, and the basalt. Like I said, I'm gonna do a basalt generator too. So yeah, at least that's done. I think next stream, or maybe off camera, I'll end up doing the generators. If you guys are interested in the one, I don't have a basalt farm tutorial just because, well, it's really straightforward and simple for those. But the stone generator, if you guys want to see the one that I'm planning on building here, I do have a tutorial on it. So just look for stone generator on my channel and you'll be able to find it. That and try maybe do some decorating down here. We'll have to see. I wish I could make this look better, just like a giant pillar here. But we'll eventually get it all sussed out and finished. Me. Water sounds not bad. Well, that's good. All right, let me yeah, I just saw it pop up. All right, with that being said, that's going to mark the end of the stream. I got a little bit. I got to go and grab my kiddos from school and do a lot of I say it with a really big sigh. I don't want to say it. Adulting. I don't want to adult. I don't want to do anything that's responsible. But I guess I have to. So with that being said, it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed this stream with you guys, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys dropping in and hanging out with me and listening to all of my rants earlier inside of the stream. If you missed those, be sure to rewind, go back to the beginning and listen to all of it. I mean, there's some good topics there and a lot of my opinions on it, but ranting nonetheless. Yeah, I gotta stay over here because that's going to be a lag generator is what that's going to be. But with that being said, thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a blast, and I will see you guys next time. If you're new to the channel, I stream Tuesdays 10 a.m. EST, and I try to do that every week. So be sure to drop in next time, and I'll see you next time. Have a good day, everybody. I am not grumpy. Get off my lawn.